First race on the track just about to start. Now you'll be looking for Alex Kenny on pole and you'll be disappointed. Alex is out for the day. We've got Kelly next to him. Then we've got Steve Copping, Mark Brame and Perry's, and they're away. These are the super sports. Basically run what you brung and hope you brung enough.
And it looks like it's Nick Kelly has gone straight to the lead. Interesting that we've unfortunately lost out with not having Alex Kenny running, because he has been dominant at the opening round, which was a couple of months ago now.
Alex has had a really difficult run with that car. The car, I think, is a bit snake bit. He's had trouble with tyres. He's had now trouble with the exhaust manifold breaking twice, and that's what's put him out this weekend. So he's got to go back to the drawing board and get another exhaust manifold. Well, that was an interesting way to pass people.
That was someone going into turn 5 decided that the dirt route was a better way to go. We just didn't quite see. There's one of the black cars out there, but at the moment Nick Kelly in the Wolf Mistral is out in front, as we would expect with that car. They are the, I guess apart from the Kenny car, would be the leading lights in Supersport / prototype racing at the moment. So Copping in second spot. Now you might know that name. He used to run in sports sedans in a former VZ supercar. Now he just seems to be happy doing people that jump into a sports car tend to want to stay there. They don't want to go back to a tin top.
No, and look, Mark Brame's another one. Mark was very successful back in the day in a Suzuki Swift production car, even finishing in the top handful of cars in an early iteration of the Bathurst 12 hour. But Nick Kelly's already, well, he's got a good little lead now.
He's 1.2 seconds in front at the start-finish line at occasion. Sergio Perez is another one who's running in Porsches and Audis, and now having a bit of a time here in number 18. That's in the Radical SR3. Of course, we've got two classes here. It's the open class and the Radical class. The SR3s make up the bulk of that class. That's class 1. Class 2, of course, is the open for basically everything else that's running here today. And that includes, well, it doesn't include Alex Kenny at the moment.
No.
He's not there.
And you really threw me then. You said Sergio Perez, and I thought I heard Perez, and I got, really? What's he doing here? Now, the field is a bit smaller this weekend. This round was affected by the National Radical Cup Series being run in Western Australia last weekend. So a lot of people just weren't able to turn their cars around and get them back to Sydney in time. Let's face it, it's in the best possible circumstances, a four-day drive back from Perth.
Steve Champion was one of the ones that was racing over there last weekend with the GWR racing team, and that car is really distinctive because that has a fin on it. It's the latest innovation of the SR3. It's the XXR.
And we've got a good little scrap going on for third place. Sorry, Gary. Perez has just moved past Mark Brame down the straight. Brame's having a bit of a sniff down the outside coming into turn 2. Maybe he can dive under him on the way out. And that's letting Morris catch up.
Most Champion is behind him at the moment, I think, in position 5. That's the Finn car we spoke about. I've never been a fan of the Finn on those sort of sports cars until they put it on the Radical. It looks where it should be there. Yeah, look,
it depends on the car. The LMP2 cars look about right with it, I think. These LMP3 and 4 cars, some do, some don't. I think it's a case of the better the car does, the more it looks good.
The faster the car, the better it looks. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, if it looks right, it possibly is. If it looks wrong, it almost certainly is. But I've always liked prototype sports cars. I think they're just terrific. So Simon Copping will, this is not going to be hurting his point score ambitions at all. Nick Kelly's back in 5th place coming into this round on 28 points, and Simon Copping's 12 ahead of him.
Well, we've just seen Pearce have an attempt to get past Copping out of turn 11. Of course, Copping is in the West LMP4, very low slung car, and at the moment it's a battle in 4. So we're considering how close they were coming out of turn 11. There is a little bit of a gap coming down into turn 1, but I dare say that the West is a little bit slipperier in a straight line with such a low profile.
It does sit very low to the ground. It's got a very small frontal area.
And look how much they've caught up on him now. We just watched him out of turn 3 heading up over the hill, and it's basically line astern again. The 4 cars all putting on a great scrap at the moment. Copping, Pearce, Brame and Champion, and of course we've got Morris and Church, our remaining runners further back. They make their way through turn 6 up to Corporate Hill. They're on their 4th lap at the moment. This is a timed race, as all the New South Wales State Championship races are, apart from supercars when they run in Formula Vs.
Actually, the last meeting, I think the supercars were timed, but they're not here, so that's moot.
You can see back in the distance there, Hannon in position 7 and Church. So they're not all that farly spread out.
Well, no, and Copping just made up a lot of ground on Kelly in the last couple of corners.
He's doing it all in the braking areas.
Sorry, Perry's on Copping, not Pop Copping on Kelly.
Yeah, he's doing it all in the braking area, but down the straight, that West is just pulling yards on the field, or metres I should be saying.
Well, the Wolf, the second place car of Nick Kelly, actually has a bigger engine than most of the other cars around it. So it's got a 1.6 litre engine. Most of the others are around about 1 litre to 1.1.
Yeah, I think turbocharged Honda power in those cars. Peugeot, sorry, turbo Peugeots. Well, in those cars.
Something else we
Wolf do a variety of cars now. They do the naturally aspirated car, and they do a Coyote engine car as well, which you can imagine is a fair beast in a straight line.
Yes, but it's a much bigger and heavier car. So again, Perry's has closed up on Copping under brakes.
He's getting him well into, and it looks like we've just had Champion off the track at turn 6. Manages to get it back though, so he hasn't spun or anything. He just went off wide onto the grass and dirt.
He'll have a whole lot of crud all over his tyres, so he'll be slow for the next half lap or so.
And you can see as they come down to turn 8 that he has dropped well back from the 3 of them. I'm surprised that Mark Brame hasn't been able to take it right up to the 2 ahead. He has been the pace setter amongst the SR3s. And out onto the straight again, and this time Pearce seems to be a bit closer as they get down the straight, but it's a bit of an illusion when you're looking from head on. And as they go through turn 1, there is a fair gap there, but it's negated fairly quickly by the time they get to turn 2. So much so that he's almost up the inside and takes the spot away. Yeah,
Copping took a very shallow entry into turn 2. He was basically well offline. I wonder if he's struck a little drama and is getting out of the way. No, here he comes. He's coming back now at Perry's.
Perry's is going to be superior around the back part of the track, you would think. Although, has it just woken Copping up enough to think, oh, maybe I shouldn't be just lagging around,
having a bit of a dawdle, yeah.
Because he'll be quicker down the straight, that's for sure. I think the main thing is to try and stay as close as he can around the twisty bits at the back of the circuit, and then launch an attack after turn 11. So coming down to complete 6 laps, we've got just over 5 minutes of this race remaining.
We can probably forget about Nick Kelly for the time being. He's away and gone.
Long gone.
Yeah, he's checked out. He's a bit ahead. But yes, the action's certainly on for second. Perry's still ahead of Copping, but let's see whether Copping can renew his second place on the straight.
I thought he would have
closing.
picked up all that speed. He certainly closed.
Yeah.
With the slipstream as another handy advantage as well, but didn't quite get close enough to go past.
Slipstream's not always a help, of course. You get stuck in dirty air. It may upset the car if we wait for the camera to swing around, and it didn't. Now we're looking at Champion and Morris battling over 5th place. Through.
So any chance that Champion might have got hold of Brame is not going to happen now. I think have to concentrate on just staying ahead of Warwick Morris for the rest of this race.
Yep.
Bit of incentive for Morris too, because he wasn't anywhere near him initially, well, in terms of being nose to tail, but now that he can see the back of that car and read all the decals that are there, might have another shot.
You could read the serial number of the gearbox almost.
Yeah. So our leader,
Mick Kelly, away, as you said, away and gone, and a couple of seconds a lap, well, a second and a half a lap quicker than anybody else at this stage. 1:29. We'll point out Alex Kenny did a 1:25 in qualifying, which is getting pretty close to the breakout time for the Super Sports class. It might move him up to the open sports car category. Where are we? So Perry's are still running second from Copping and Brame, and
Kelly's, as you said, Kelly's fastest lap at 29.46 is about a second off what he did in qualifying as well.
Well, if you're leading by a long way, there's no point in beating the daylights out of your car.
You don't get extra points.
No.
Well, not in this category anyway.
No.
Others that they too give fastest laps of qualifying.
As the legendary Sir Jack Brabham said, you should win at the slowest possible speed.
And they often did.
There's always an advantage in having a bit of car left at the end of the race.
So we've got about 2.5 minutes to go. We're on lap 8, so we've got a couple more yet to go. Kelly certainly checked out in front, but still I don't think it's undecided about where we'll end up with perhaps 3rd position at this stage, because I think Brame is now sort of trying to get onto the back of Copping and maybe take away that 2nd position or 3rd position as it turns out, but certainly Piers has consolidated his 2nd placing at the moment.
Look, once Perry's got through to 2nd, I think Copping bundied off a little bit maybe, or maybe his tyres have gone off, maybe he's got a little drama.
You wouldn't expect their tyres to be going off this early when you've got 2 more races to go.
One would hope not, but don't think they've got a control tyre. These are very light cars. It could well be that he's on what would any other category be a qualifying rubber.
So they're on to their 9th lap now.
Minute and a half to go, so they should get this lap plus one more.
I think at this stage. First of 3 races for this category today.
And unlike most of the other categories, the Super Sports get all their racing done in the one day.
They actually wrap up the program today and they don't have to come back, and of course they get replaced by another one-day category throughout tomorrow, generally speaking.
Generally, I don't think they do this weekend.
This one it's exception rather than a rule. And there's our race leader coming onto the straight to complete his 9th lap. That's Nick Kelly in the Wolf Mistral.
And he's on a fast lap. He's done a 1:04 to the 2nd timing sector. And, 1:29.2. Oh, that's the checkered flag. So
we got it. And as they come out in the straight there, Brame has closed up on the back of Copping, but I don't think he has the straight line speed to wrestle away that position as Sergio Piers takes 2nd. Then we get Simon Copping 3rd, followed by Mark Brame, and Steve Champion's been able to hold off Warwick Morris to take out position 5. Next across the line will be the Sean Hanna in another of the Radical SR3s. And the last one to meet the checkered flag should be Warwick Church.
Oh, that's something we missed. Neil Kenny didn't start either.
No, so they're both out. Results on our screens. Anyone who's watching at the moment, it's Nick Kelly from Sergio Piers, Simon Copping, Mark Brame, Stephen Champion, Warwick Morris, Sean Hanna, Warwick Church is in 8th position. And unfortunately, Alex Kenny, Stephen Shields didn't start, and neither did Neil Kenny.
Well, I just got an update now from their category management, just now. So Neil Kenny, technical problem, quote unquote. Steve Shields, engine problem. Simon Salento broke the alternator belt, which is a major drama to replace it. Josh Miller has a failed head gasket. Justin Tagani and Peter Padden have withdrawn. So apart from that, everything's fine.
Good. All right. Well, we can take a short break and we'll be back with Formula Race Cars and Formula Open. Hello to everyone out on the live stream. I'm Gary O'Brien. Bruce Moxon with me. We're also live on track commentary here at Sydney Motorsport Park for round 3 of the New South Wales Motor Racing Championships. The Nankan Tyres brought to you by Nankan Tyres here at Sydney Motorsport Park all day today and tomorrow. On our live stream, we're going to have Formula Cars from Formula Open, Nissan Pulsars, improved production under 2 litre, sports sedans, and improved production over 2 litre. A couple of Formula Ford one Formula Ford race today as well. So plenty to see and do if you're in that vicinity, Sydney Motorsport Park. Well worth your while coming out here. Bruce, good to have you along. We've just had a Super Sports race which will be available as a package later. But so far, weather's good. It's not cold. A little bit overcasty, but other than that, it's quite good. Quick rundown through the field.
Well, on pole position, we've got Bo Russell from Tim Macro Racing and his teammate Ryan McMillan alongside him, and Kyle Evans and Miles Bromley on the second row of the grid. Arthur Abrahams, dear me, that's a name from the old days. Isaac McNeil, Rodney Baker, Trent Shervington. George Kantsios, Graham Holmes, Glenn Lynch, Lawrence Katsidis, Doug Barry.
Doug Barry in the Formula Holden Reynard D92D. About the biggest engine car here, but obviously not the fastest. Jaden Hamilton, Tim Boydell and Rod Anderson make up the 8th row of the grid. Nathan Beer and Chris Huang are on row 17 and on the next row, which is position 17 and 18, and Phil Morrow is in position 19. Good field of 19 cars. 20 did qualify, but we are missing one.
I did mention Arthur Abrahams being a name from the old days. Arthur's driving a historic Rolt RT4, one of the ground effect cars from the 1980s, and they were just the duck's guts in the day.
They were.
And I feel very old. What? And it makes me feel a bit old and vulnerable knowing that they're now an historic car. Please bear with us. We've got a little bit of a technical issue here in the commentary box. We're losing all of our information. There's no button. It's just the screen. It just says Android TV device will turn off, press a button, but there's no buttons. We need an input device of some sort. Oh, would that be the TV remote?
Ah. Here we are, we're lining up for the first race of round 3 of Formula Open. Formula race cars there in the mix as well. And what a season it's been so far. We've had 2 rounds, 2 different winners. And certainly this is going to be an exciting race. Bo Russell on the pole, Ryan McMillan alongside of him, Kyle Evans and Miles Bromley on the second row. Miles Bromley, the most recent winner in the series when they raced at Whitten just recently. Okay, these cars are a mix of modern or contemporary Formula 2, 3 and 4 cars. Well, sorry, 3 and 4. Historic Formula 2, historic Formula Pacific and that Formula Holden. The red lights are on, they're out, let's go racing. And it looks like we've had one stalled on the grid. Was that Bromley, I think, is McMillan looks 4. Like he's got the best of the starts there from Russell. Jockeying for position, a bit of a slow starter in the middle of the field. Arthur Abrahams up to 4th place from, 5th or 6th on the grid, so that's a good start from him. Look, we've got a couple of brake lock-ups. Someone went very wide through turn 2. We didn't quite see who that was. It might have been the Formula 4 car, the white. Well, it looks white from here, but there's a lot of blue on it. And it was that particular car, so it's McMillan leading the way from Russell's. Abrahams into 3rd spot, Trent Shervington into 4th, and Baker up to 5th spot, followed by McNeil, Wang, Holmes, Cantises, Lynch, Cassettis, Barry, Boydell, Anderson, Bromley, Morrow, Beer. Well, we've got a couple of spinners out of turn, what's that nowadays? 6. The Lake. So who we got? We've missed it. Yep. Couldn't quite pick up what the numbers were on those cars, but it was Evans who stopped on the grid. Bromley, well, actually Bromley did get away, but Evans is not coming up on the score. I think he is there, but it's just not showing up. So I'm pretty sure it was Bromley that may have stalled at the start of this race. McMillan leads away. Russell just in behind him. Look at this battle going on for position 2 between Abrahams and Russell. Abrahams looking to go down the inside. You can, in the RT4, we've gone safety car already with the incident that's happened at turn 6. 2 cars around there. We have yet to see whether they've been able to get going yet. But yeah, certainly it had a fair bit going on from the very start. Russell's got a 5-second penalty to his woes as well. There it is,
oh
car
dear.
27 is the...
George Cansitos with a bit of smoke and steam, and he's sitting there thinking, what do I do now? Getting out of the car. That's in the Dallara F304. The F304 is a 20-year-old car. It doesn't look it, does it? Yeah, it precedes the 308/11, so a little bit simpler in its aero, but the good ones, they say, are actually a little bit quicker than the later cars in a straight line because they have less aero. But you can tell the later cars, they have a little winglets and stuff around the side pods on the cars. Most of them are Mercedes powered. Well, they went to a generic Mercedes engine for the Australian Formula 3 series, didn't they, at one point?
Well, it was up at Speeds were running engines in the class. There was a few different engine configurations, but it seems as though that the Mercedes is the preferred one. And there's car 16, the one we were talking about before, that had that little bit of a moment out of turn 2. That's the Tatus Formula 4 car, the Gen 2 of Formula 4 as opposed to the Megals, which are Gen 1, and the easiest way to tell those cars apart from the very flat wings on the back of it, is that they don't have the halo that the newer cars have. Interesting enough, we had it around to the US Formula 4 Championship at Road America last weekend, and they were running a Ligier Formula 4 car with a Ligier V4 engine.
Yeah, I'll be interested to know more about that engine. We'll have to do some digging at some point.
The Megals, of course, run a Ford engine, and the Tatus runs the Fiat Abarth style of motor in their car. So I like the idea of having different chassis and engine manufacturers, but obviously that one will be better than the other and they'll all complain.
Exactly. I quite like the idea of one being better than the other too. You know, we don't make Usain Bolt carry weights, do we?
No. But so we have this safety car, so while one car didn't get going, we assumed that the other one must have got going again, and we didn't see who that was. It's
not there anymore, so I think we can infer that it got away. Now there's a bit of a shuffle. Arthur Abrahams is now showing as being in third place. Russell has a 5-second penalty, I'm guessing, for a start line.
No, it'd have to be first
fudge.
They don't penalise you for going outside track limits on the opening lap due to the congestion normally. So that car's going to have to go on the quick lift to get back, and this will cut in their time. Yeah, so Evans is running, the transponder's giving us issues, so it's not showing up in the right particular spot.
Kyle did start.
I just said all that.
Oh, did you? We're having problems, communication problems in here. We're both madly trying to change internet connections, and
Evans actually won the opening round. We talked about probably winning the second round, so we've had quite some good performances from different individuals throughout this series so far, which has been really refreshing. When we look at last year, where Trent Grubel basically won every time we went out, this year it's been really an open book on where we'll all end up. So we're coming around to complete the third lap of this race. Again, a timed race. Unfortunately, while they're behind the safety car, that means less race laps. But it'll be interesting to see what happens when we go back. So McMillan's leading the race, Russell in second, Abraham's in third. So Russell's going to lose out fairly significantly in this little bit of a shuffle. The young fella from Ballarat in Victoria had his first pole position today, so that's unfortunate that he's now going to leak some points. 5th round ever in the series.
It looks like Shervington's got the fastest lap as he caught up to the bunched up field behind the safety car. 1:56. Yeah, that's not all that impressive for these cars.
Yeah, Bromley, who we said won the previous round, is currently sitting back in 10th. So it was he that had the drama at the start, and obviously has pace because he was the overall winner last time and won the first 2 races and was in a box seat to win the third. but was being chased fairly hard, and we did ask him today. We had a bit of a meeting up earlier, and he said, well, why did you lose the last one? He said, I got caught in traffic, which is fair enough, and it was the case.
I think that's about number 3 in the Racing Drivers Excuse Book.
Tyres is the first one, isn't it?
The tyres, or probably tyres, or someone left a nut or bolt loose, or brakes.
Tyres went off.
Yeah.
The car had no straight line. It was all over him in the corners.
Yep. Not that we're old and cynical or anything.
So they've managed to get the number 27 going again. So he hasn't had to have the quick lift. So that means we should go back to green race conditions at the end of this lap. And we've just seen that quick lift pull off at turn 8 to head back into the pits by the rear entrance at 4.
Yep, the field's just coming through Creek Corner. Let's see if the lights go out on the safety car.
Yeah, it might be a bit close.
I think it's somewhat ironic that a Volvo is the safety car.
Well, it's safe.
That was their big selling point back in the day, that they were safe.
Didn't they put one on top of another and it didn't dent the roof or something one time?
Yeah.
No, it looks like they're going green on this lap. So at the end of 4 laps, we will go back to green.
A little confused. They're showing Arthur Abrahams as 3rd on the timing screen, but he's 4th on the road. But Russell's still showing a
so
2nd.
It's Evans, it's probably ahead of him.
Yeah. What? Are you kidding me? What was that? Someone zigged when they should have zagged, and Lynch has had a spin coming up to the restart. That's it's all a bit awkward, really.
Well, that's thrown us out, hasn't it?
Yeah.
But in the meantime, it's still McMillan leads the way as they head down towards turn 2 and holds that lead with...
So yes, that's Kyle Evans 3rd with no transponder. So he'll be manually timed. And there he is. He's now showing in 4th. Thank you, timekeeping. Well done. McMillan, Russell, Evans, Abrahams.
And you can certainly tell from the back of the cars which one is the Ralt RT4 as it heads over the crest of that rise between turns 5 and 6.
I'm going to say Russell just had a bit
second as they go up towards turn 7.
Well, Russell had a bit of a bobble through turn 6 then, and a little bit of an awkward run across the face of the corner and a slow exit, but I think he's just about managed to hang on. Now what he's got to hope now is that the field spreads out a little bit, the couple of laps that are left, and that his 5-second penalty doesn't absolutely murder him. He's certainly not in a comfortable position. Kyle Evans is all over the back of him. Kyle Evans with the flying tiger's nose on the car. That looks like something out of the Second World War in a Curtis P40. Yep, Curtis P40 Kitty Hawk. McMillan across the line with a 1.9 second lead. Russell, then Evans, and then Abrahams. No, that's not right. What's going on now?
Battles going on back through the field. These are the Formula race cars, the New South Wales State Championship cars, and there's quite a good battle going on. I think Lynch has actually got ahead of a few of them on after that bit of a miscue at the restart and leads the way through. But interesting to talk about Russell, who is in 2nd spot chasing down our leader, third year carpet apprentice. Had his first pole position today, but more importantly, Ryan McMillan, who's never raced here before, and he leads by a considerable margin at this stage.
Well, one of these guys is, what, 14 years old or something?
Just old enough.
Yeah.
Bit of a drama for what looked like Phil Morrow coming out of turn 2, heading up the hill. He's dropped some spots. I think he's slowed up somewhat.
He didn't look fast at all.
Yeah, a beer got through him and just pulled away pretty quickly. So problems there for Morrow as he heads down to turn 5.
Bit of a shot duck. So Russell's going to end up with probably 3rd or 4th place here.
So
McMillan's still
now
got that healthy lead, 2.5 seconds. Then Russell, then Evans.
So Evans, looks like the transponder's decided that it'd wake up and have a bit of a look now. It's moved him up into 3rd spot, and we can see that anyway. So the 2 Dallara drivers in F3 cars And he's dropped a bit of spots coming out of turn 2 heading to 3.
Well, really, the Formula 3 cars should be the quickest. I was a little bit surprised to learn that Formula 3 are quicker around here than a Formula 5000, well, the S5000 cars.
Yeah, I think they were the lap record at most places was held for a while by Formula Holdens.
Formula Holden still holds some outright lap records. I think they still hold the outright record at Phillip Island.
Correct.
Simon
Wells.
Thank you. And Tim Lay had an outright record somewhere too, maybe Wakefield.
Yeah, just trying to think where that one was. Yeah. Okay, so we should be on what could be either the penultimate lap or the last lap as they come out of. As our leader comes out of the top corner and heads down the straight. Will the checkered flag be out for him?
There it is. And so it's Russell McMillan takes a healthy win. Russell next. And then Kyle Evans in a very close battle for second place. Then Mitch Bromley.
So have we lost IPRA Abrahams, or has he had a bit of a miscue, dropped down the field a bit?
Dropped down a few spots. So
Baker, McNeil into 6.
No doubt the category PR lady, Philippa Guana, will come and tell us all about everybody's dramas. There's Doug Barry in the Formula Holden.
You're talking about IPRA Abrahams before, that he's been doing a lot of races. He raced Radicals last weekend at WA.
He did.
And he's been running around in the sports car category in Western Australian State Championships the last year or so in Lamborghini, I think, from memory.
Okay. He was one of the leading drivers in Formula 2 back in the mid-80s when Formula 2 was a really big deal in this country. So the final results, Ryan McMillan, 2.5 seconds to Bo Russell, then Kyle Evans, Miles Bromley, Rodney Baker, Isaac McNeil, Arthur Abrahams, Graham Holmes, Chris Wang and Trent Shervington rounding out the top 10.
Lawrence Cassidis in 11, Doug Barry in 12, Tim Boydell, Glenn Lynch, Rod Anderson, Nathan Beer, Phil Morrow, we've seen bits problems, and 2 laps behind George Cassidis rounded out our field. Okay, we'll take a quick break and we'll be back with Nissan Pulsars. Okay, we're just waiting for Nissan Pulsars to come out on the field, and we've just having a bit of a chat off air that this would be the first time that we've seen Nissan Pulsars at a New South Wales Motor Race Championship meeting, and it's good to see they've got a lot of these cars here this weekend, and they certainly turned it on at Bathurst as part of the support program at the Bathurst 6 Hour, which wasn't a state championship, by the way, but it probably was a Pulsar IPRA championship round. And we just had a quick look at the cars as we see running into this meeting. And we're just going to run down the grid for you. And it's interesting that we've got Josh Craig and Jamie Craig on the front row together.
What a surprise.
Both from New South Wales now, because in the past... One of them was living in Queensland, Jamie, so it looked weird when we looked at it and say New South Wales and Queensland, but they're the fastest two. Scott Tidyman in third. Now, Scott's been doing a bit of Formula Ford racing, he's been doing production cars, and was one of the fast guys at the 6 Hour in this category. Lachlan Gibbons is in position 4 on the grid. Now we've seen him racing in Toyotas. He's getting ready to do the new Toyota Gazoo GR Cup this year. So
Well,
he's getting some miles under the belt.
And Lachlan's a former state Formula Ford champion as well, so he's a pretty useful young bloke in a racing
well
car.
credentialed, you might say.
Mm.
Then we've got Chris Manning in position. Oh, Gavin Reynolds in position 5. Chris Manning will get a full rundown, but the cars are actually going out onto the field, and this has been a very strong category in New South Wales at Motor Racing Australia series of events.
Rounding out the field, our old mate,
Morky.
the grey nomad, shall we say. He's 77 years young, never not got a smile on his face.
He came out and did the 6-hour, 12-hour regularity here more recently.
6
Here's
hour,
our
yeah.
grid in front of you. Josh Craig, Jamie Craig on the front row, 1 and 2 on the grid in the number 1 and 39. Scott Tidyman and Lachlan Gibbons share the second row.
Gavin Reynolds next, Chris Manning, Kane Alderton, Scott Thompson.
That'll be one of Kane Alderton's best starts. Ian Joyce, Rod Albronda, Simon Kendrick and Greg Dufficy are the next 2 rows.
Jet Herring, who featured last weekend in the Sydney 300. Adam Lacey, Jacob Wolfe, Stephen Muggleton.
Takes us up to position 16 on the grid. Then we go back to the next 2 rows, which is Mark Sella Sartor, Graham Manning, Daniel Perazzi and Michael Elvidge.
And then Alex Perazzi and Richard Bork.
Morky of position 22. Normally he carries a number that reflects his age, but maybe someone else has got it.
That's a 1 in front of the number he ran at Bathurst the other week, because that was his 89th race start at the Mount Panorama. Richard, by the way, is struggling this weekend. He's got a car that's got an intermittent misfire. Yeah, so there's your no straight line speed. There's your.
We're talking about the book of excuses.
There's Richie's excuse. Now, this is an interesting class. Go out and get yourself an N14 or N15 Pulsar. Buy the specified suspension package. Literally bolt in a roll cage, gut the interior, weld up the diff, and away you go.
That's what it's all about. And of course, there's 2 different Pulsar models here, and they've also got sedan and the hatchback, I guess you'd call it.
Yep. So they're pretty easy to. Well, they were pretty easy to find. I think that you'd struggle to find one in a used car yard these
a bit
these
like
days.
XLs, isn't it?
Yeah.
But these cars are quite a bit quicker than an XL naturally, but they use the N15 and the N14 models.
Yeah, it's the SR20 engine, the 2-litre twin cam.
And what's different about the cars is that they're slightly different in suspension, but they're slightly different in ride height and profile. So they balance themselves out. So it hasn't been dominated by one model over the other. So easy to tell Josh Craig's car has the blue headlights. He's been running that for the last couple of years. He's won the championship on a number of occasions, the IPRA championship. And one would expect that his brother will be keen to beat him.
Well, they're never far apart and they're always at the front. So let's see how we go today. Well, it's Jay Craig from Jay Craig at the start. Looks like Josh has got slightly the better start, but really there's not going to be a lot in it, and Jamie just tucks in behind. I'm very pleased that they have different coloured headlights. You'll see one, if you look very carefully, you'll see that Josh's car is a hatchback and Jamie's is a sedan. But really, you've got to look pretty carefully. Whoa, a bit of a lock brake there from the...
Gibbons got up the third spot through turn 1. There was one that was slow away off the field, and I think it might have been Gavin Reynolds. May have just dropped a spot, or it was Tidyman. I couldn't quite see it. It was on that inside of the grid, but once we get to the first point, we'll soon find out. And it was actually Tidyman. It was the slow one off the line. But as you can see already, that Josh Craig has already got a little bit of a gap on Jamie Craig, who's probably more occupied with keeping Lachlan Gibbons behind him. Reynolds in fourth, Manning, Thompson, Tidyman, Kane Alderton, Ian Joyce and Simon Kendrick round out our top 10 at this stage.
And Richard Mork has obviously got everything working at the moment. He's moved up to 17th place from his 20th place start, and let's keep our fingers crossed for the young fella.
Well, it's tight at the moment as they go down through turn 8, and we've seen Duffy and number 27 go through there on the inside of several.
Okay, Jet Herring's car on screen at the moment, the black car with the Texaco signage. I saw that car a couple of years ago. I had to do a double take. The shape is not completely dissimilar.
You put a 90-board wing on it, and
and you've almost got a Sierra. Yeah, well, I saw it, went, what?
Already someone moving out. We got the top 5 go through, and Tidyman displaces Thompson, moves himself up into position 6. Joyce is 7. It looks like Kendrick has moved up a spot as well. He's passed Kane Alderton into 9th position.
Bit of a moment there. Well, a couple of moments. What have we got? Number 27 had a bit of a moment, a sideways moment through turn 1. And then we had a brake lock up further up the field. Lachlan Gibbons
had the brake lock up.
Lachlan Gibbons is giving Jamie Craig a bit of a working over there for second place. Lachlan Gibbons pulled off one of the best overtaking moves I've ever seen some years ago at the old Wakefield Park. Set up the then leader of the race, didn't go through with it, but then finished the move on the next lap to win the State Formula Ford Championship.
Well, that's where you get your grounding for these sorts of events.
And to be honest, it looks like the people who've had time in single-seaters are generally a little bit smoother and a little bit better on a wet track.
Yeah, Jet Herring had a bit of a look at trying to improve his position from 12 down to turn 6. Just stuck the nose out, let him know that they're there, and then pulled back in behind, and here he is. He's obviously carrying a little bit more speed than the car in front of him. That's Duffy, but not much you can do about it.
This might be just about Jeff's first go in a front-wheel drive car too.
No, I think he's already driven in this in this category before. He raced at Bathurst in it.
So.
But certainly showing plenty of pace there, and he's good grounding because the Herrings are well known in MX5 Cup.
Well, they're dominant in MX5 racing. So Jamie Craig's moved away a little bit now from Lachlan Gibbons. Reynolds is still next from Manning, Tidyman and Thompson. They're spreading out a little bit un-Pulsar-like. They're often to be found 3 wide and 4 high through the corners.
Well, actually on that lap, Jamie Craig pulled 1.2 seconds on Gibbons. So Gibbons must have had a moment.
Must have had a moment, yeah.
And they're clear by about a second on Gavin Reynolds in 4th spot.
Although Josh Craig also has the fastest lap of the race by a whole tenth of a second.
Jamie has the fastest
This is like the Dumsney house. Everybody in the Dumsney family has a first name starting with M. When a letter arrives for M. Dumsney, there's this feeding frenzy to see who gets to open it. Unless it's a window-faced envelope.
You can't get anyone to pick it up.
Yeah, Mum, it's yours.
Now, Herring has tried again to get to... no, he got ahead, but now he's lost out to Duffy as they went through turn 6 on that occasion. So he's got that spot back. So these two are having an intense struggle.
It's a cracker, isn't it?
And also buying into this is 47 of Bronda, who's managed to get close to him, and not far in front of him, of course, is Kendrick and Kane Alderton, which swapped their spots back. Nothing's changed up the front though. It's still Josh Craig from Jamie Craig, Lachlan Gibbons in third, Gavin Reynolds, Chris Manning, Scott Tidyman, trying to make up for that loss at the start. Is he in a position where he can perhaps launch an attack? I don't think he is. He trails by about 0.8 of a second on Manning, so he's got a bit of work to do to get there. And here's this battle continues between these two. two black cars with bits of red on them.
Yeah.
Oh!
Everybody take a breath. And now it's three dark cars with red on them, so the Cherry-sponsored car is...
And Kendrick was the big loser. He got passed by both of them.
Well,
that happened.
Well, I think he got out of the way of the car that he thought was out of control.
Yeah, I think he had his eyes on the mirror, and that was the end of that. So that's now a battle of four. With, at this stage, Dufficy from Herring, from Kendrick, from Albronda.
Well, so we've got two black cars with red and two dark blue cars with red, so there's no possibility of the commentators mixing anything up here.
Not that we have any problems mixing things up as it is. Had a bit of a look there. And it's deceptive sometimes, the camera angles when you're looking front on.
Yeah.
Are they close enough to be launching a challenge or not? They know, we don't. So Dufficy lost that battle for a little while, but then got it back and then had a couple of big moments down to turn one and still holds on to what is position 10 at this stage. There's another one creeping into the back. That's Wolf in the number 64, starting to close on this.
While these two are slowing themselves down by battling, they're allowing
this will be
bit of a
interesting
train
on the
to form.
straight this time between these two. So we go down, we've just completed the fourth lap, starting the fifth lap. About 6.5 minutes of this race remaining, and it's still Josh Craig leading the way. It's not by much, it's only 0.6 of a second. And here's this battle continues. This has been very entertaining, and now Herring's going to have another look, and they're going to kiss as they come into the corner. Very light touch between the two. Herring gets initially in front, but then runs wide on the exit, and Dufficy gets the spot back.
This is cracking stuff from these drivers. It's all fairly clean, it's very hard. No one's taking prisoners. Yeah, and you would think they were racing for the lead, not for 9th place. Does it matter? Absolutely.
Yeah, it's something to talk about later in the day, isn't it?
Over beers tomorrow night.
Yeah.
How about that?
Because they're all responsible people.
Yes. And no one here has ever started an event with a hangover.
Kendrick gets down the inside of Herring, or tries to, so they're going to run side by side as they head up over the hill. Well, and Jetting's going to get the spot back. Herring, I should say. I called him Jetting then.
Yeah, Herring might have lost his rhythm slightly there. Doesn't matter, you know, take a little breath, eyes forward, focus on catching back up to the car in front of you, to Dufficy. Dufficy? Okay.
This has been going on for quite a while, and this has actually been the biggest gap between the two of them. There's 2 car lengths at the moment.
Meanwhile, back at the front, Jamie Craig still closing on Josh Craig ever so slightly.
Yeah, it's down to 0.4 of a second, whereas it was 6 before, but I assume there'll be a fair bit of brotherly love, and there won't be any...
Ha! They had a 1-hour race for these cars last year here with a compulsory pit stop, and one of the Craigs led. The second of the Craigs was, you could see that they were slightly faster, but left their pit stop literally 5 seconds too late and came into pit lane 5 seconds after the compulsory pit stop window closed and were penalised, and that was the difference in the race. It was cracking stuff.
Well, speaking of cracking stuff, we've still got it going on between Greg Dufficy and Jet Herring. Simon Kendrick waiting in the wings to pounce when either of these two have an issue, or even while they're dicing. The previous lap he tried to have a go at turn 6, couldn't quite pull it off.
He's somewhere between waiting to have a pounce and gamely hanging on.
I think he's waiting to pounce.
It's pretty entertaining stuff. By the way, Facebook seems to be down, so you might as well just watch this.
Well, others, Morkey's still in 17th. He hasn't moved from there as yet.
Yeah.
quick rundown of the orders. Craig, from Gibbons, Reynolds, Tidyman, Manning, Thompson, Joyce, Alderton, Dufficy, Herring, Kendrick, Albronda, Wolf, Muggleton, Manning, Mork, Barozzi, Ridge, Barozzi and Lacey in position 21. We haven't had Salawar take part by the look of it. It was missing from the grid. So 21 runners out there still doing it all. We've got 2.5 minutes of this race to go, so probably 2 to 3 laps I would imagine if you're going to go past, depending how long it takes them to get around. So they'll get this lap, certainly another after this one. So no matter where you're running in this category, there's always a dice going on somewhere. And
you've always got someone to play with, don't you?
Indeed.
So the last lap, Josh Craig's pulled away a little bit. He's out to about an 1/8 of a second lead. Lachlan Gibbons still maintaining his very solid third place, just over 2 seconds off the lead. Then a good gap, 4 seconds or so back to Reynolds. Then Tidyman, Manning and Thompson. Here comes Josh Craig, 1:42 to go, so they should get another lap. Those blue headlights blazing.
Well, this is the biggest gap he's had, hasn't it? Out to 1.2 seconds almost. And Gibbons.
Whoa! Jamie was very sideways through the first part of the last corner there.
Exploring the limits, you might call it.
Yeah, there might be a little bit of left foot braking in there just to kick the tail out.
The three has certainly been the stars here in this, the opening race, with Reynolds 4th, Tidyman into 5th spot, and then it's Manning. So Tidyman has picked up that spot. So after a poor start, which dropped him back down to 3rd a little bit, he's managed to pick off Thompson and Manning, and currently runs in 5th position. So hopefully, from his point of view, he'll want to get the next start right so they can offer a challenge out. After that, of course, we've got Ian Joyce, Alderton, and then the dice we're now looking at is still going as Herring goes down the inside now. He's right up there with the advantage to go into the corner, but will he run wide again? And will Dufficy run up the inside of me? He'll have a look, but I think Herring's actually pulled it off this time. Although Dufficy is going to go try to do the wide line and go around the outside of him up to turn 4, and it's just not in the right spot to do that. So he's going to have to settle in behind now. And if Herring can keep it straight, he should be able to hold on to this position. Turn 6 will be interesting to see how they go there.
It's, Dufficy got a much better exit from the corner there, from out of Brox 05 and up towards the lake corner, and has pinched the spot. And once again, Kendrick's, maybe I've got a chance, but no, I don't. Gets his nose snipped off for his trouble. Pretty much 2 overtaking places left now in the lap. Coming around the last corner though, Josh and Jamie Craig, 1 and 2. As they've run all race long. Simon Gibbons.
Checkered flag out on this occasion, so it's going to be Josh Craig will take the win, Jamie Craig in 2nd, and Lachlan Gibbons rounds out our top 3 in the opening race. While back in the pack, this fight still goes on. Another side by side through turn 9. They both bounce wide. Kendrick's going to try and slip down the inside. He's got one of them. He's got past Herring. And Herring runs wide on the exit. Unfortunately, that's his shot at trying to get inside the top 10.
Well, it looked like Jet Herring had his nose in front after the creek corner hairpin. And the headlight hanging out of the car might suggest that there was a little bit of contact there with Dufficy. Everybody tripped over everybody else, and Dufficy took the 10th place from Kendrick, then Herring. So that was all good stuff. And I apologise to Lachlan Gibbons. I called him Simon, which is his father's name. I've always been afraid I'd do that, but there you go, Simon. You're famous on the internet now.
Well, that had a bit going on. Most certainly. With no damage, and as you can see, final results up: Josh Craig from Jamie Craig, Lachlan Gibbons in third, Gavin Reynolds, Scott Tidyman, Chris Manning, Scott Thompson, and Joyce Kane Alderton, and Greg Dufficy came in 10th position, just out of the 10. Simon Kendrick, who managed to pick up that position in the last corner from Jed Herring, Rod Albronda, Adam Lacey, Jacob Wolf, Stephen Muggleton, Richard Morg, Daniel Perozzi, Graham Manning, Michael Elvidge rounded out our 20, and Alex Perozzi was in position 21, and Sela Sartor was a non-starter. Going to have a quick break, and we'll be back with improved production under 2 litre. This is on board Matthew Burks as we get ready for the first of the improved production races this afternoon. This is for the under 2 litre cars. And of course, some of these under 2 litre cars, Bruce, are as quick as the over 2 litre cars.
And some of them are quicker. Although the car I'm thinking of doesn't appear to be there.
You're thinking of Kurt McCready. He's not running this weekend.
Well, they've got their nationals coming up, don't they?
At Hidden Valley this year.
A long way to go.
Yeah, so we can see Burks leaving the pits. He's going to start out of position 1. He was the fastest in qualifying, actually. So we're going to see a lot of clear track in front of us if he gets the start right.
If he gets the start right. He's driving a Toyota Corolla.
Yeah, normally we see Nissan Silvias or S13s, S14s at the front of the field, so it's a welcome change to have a Corolla up there.
Well, this car's been getting steadily faster and faster over the last couple of years. I think we can expect to see it running at or near the front pretty much all of the time now. Yeah,
actually from an in-car camera, this is probably one of the best in-car camera shots I've ever seen. You feel like you're right in there.
Yeah. What's written on the steering wheel? Home something?
We'll have to wait till he starts to warm a bit more tyre warm up.
The GoPro sort of AI is straightening itself up.
Home.
Okay.
Yeah, it might be the radio button. Anyway, cars make their way out onto the track. They normally take the short track for warm up, but not today. We're doing the long track for the Grand Prix circuit for warm up.
They only use the short track for MRA meetings. Have a good something.
So this gives you a good idea of what the track's like from a driver's perspective or a passenger with white knuckles hanging on. And this is only the warm-up lap.
If you're wondering about those 3 cylinders on the dashboard, they will be the brake and clutch master cylinder reservoirs. I have no idea why you'd put them in the cabin, but there they are.
Maybe easier to fill.
Might have been out of space under the bonnet.
Well, most of them have them in there, don't they?
Well, yeah.
Like in modified cars, not in standard type cars. As you can see the field now, as they continue to do the warm-up of the tyres. Practice times were in the low 42s for our pole setter, a 42.23, ahead of... okay. So now we just have to quickly run through the grid for you. Matthew Burks is on pole with a 42.23. Danny Castro Jr. is in the Nissan Silvia, the white car you can see there on screen is on the outside of the front row, and that's Matthew Giattini in the Honda Civic on row 2 alongside Michael Ricketts in his Nissan Pulsar. So we've got 4 different types of cars from 3 different manufacturers on the first two rows of the grid. And we've got Bob Jowett in the Honda Civic. That car's been, and that combination's been around a long time. Tim Molesworth in the Toyota Celica. Matt Wilridge in the Ford Escort. Campbell Smythe in his Renault Clio. Matt Lamore in the Volvo V40. No Volvo jokes, thanks. Max Robertson in the Honda Civic. That's Tim Robertson's old car. Tim, being the dad, will be very nervous at this particular point in time. Robert Burson in the Ford Escort. Jonathan Seeley in his Honda Civic. Peter McMillan in the Ford Capri. Mark Lamore in the other Renault Clio. And Mike Fitzgerald in the Honda Civic at position number 15, which is our total of our field. I
must make a point of going and finding Danny Castro Senior later. Very, very good sports sedan driver back in the day. It's a bit concerning, all these second generation names we're seeing, but never mind that. Red lights are out and away we go. Let's see who's doing the business. It looks like the front row of the grid's got a very even start, but if anything, Danny Castro's got his nose ahead. Yep, Danny Castro leads into the first corner.
Yeah, we've got Burks in second, Ricketts in third, and then that black Honda has dropped back to 5th position, I think, there. We're just watching it come through, 13. That's Giattini, and cocking a wheel off the ground as he goes through turn 2, and Bob Jowett runs alongside him, so 2 Hondas there running together. And one that did make a good start was the Woolridge Escort, which has found himself up a couple of positions in that number 37 car.
I will point out that the Giattini car did a 300 kilometre race a week ago.
Yeah. And it looks like Jowett's going to slip up the inside of him as they rise from turn 5 to 6 and takes that position away. And actually did quite well in that race, didn't it?
It did. I believe it might have won its class.
I think so. I think it finished in the top 3 of the race.
So you'd think it'd be a fairly tired car after that, but here it is, ready for another go. Now both Hondas have their fuel flaps open, and here we are on board with Michael Burks.
Right up the back of the Castro Nissan as they go down through. Oh, we've got one around. That's the 163 that's spun around.
One of the Renaults. Now, it's not like a front-wheel drive car to spin on the way out of a slow corner, so he might have had some help. This will give us an idea of who's got the straight line speed. So Burks is certainly seems to be closing on the Nissan down the straight, and vroom, underneath him into turn 1.
Yeah, that answered that question pretty quickly. So it's now Burks who leads the way. Castro in second, Ricketts in third, and Jowett in 4th. Top 5 are all fairly close together at this point, covered by, I would say, about 2.5 seconds after the opening lap.
Danny Castro in second place, waving the flag for the rear-wheel drive cars. Next of those is Matt Wildridge in his Mark II Escort. His dad's not racing this weekend in his Mark I Escort. The Wildridge name well known as fabricators and panel beaters, based in the Camden area.
Used to run sports sedans many years ago, didn't they?
Did used to run a sports sedan.
Capri, memory? So here's this battle here between Wildridge and Molesworth. Again, rear-wheel drive versus front-wheel drive, and Molesworth's got a good run out of turn 6 and takes that spot away.
I'll have that.
Jowett at one point in the number 4 Civic there was one of the leading under 2 litre contenders, but the last couple of years has been overshadowed somewhat, but this weekend putting in a solid effort.
There's always development going on with these cars. They're fairly highly engineered these days. They're not just a slightly modified road car anymore.
No, of course, originally the category was called road registered, and then it became clud cars because they figured, what's the point of being road registered if you're not going to drive it on the road? The criteria being that it just required a pink slip by that stage, which is what they did.
A couple of locked wheels there between Ricketts and Jowett.
And with Jowett had to really pull out the stops, or he was going to go into the back of that Pulsar.
Well, I was wondering which of them was most out of control, but both of them managed to gather things together. And
Jowett's very keen to get past, isn't he?
He seems to have the speed over Ricketts, and the Pulsar gamely hanging on to third place.
So Ricketts is managing to hold on to there. And I believe we've got a replay coming up of what happened at the turn 8 hairpin on the opening lap.
Creek.
Stamped by
Creek corner,
is it? Yeah, here we go.
That's what I'm calling it.
Yeah,
Oh, no.
Did it all on his own.
All on his own.
Oh, and how close was that? The Volvo nearly going into the front of the Renault.
Well, that was a near thing, and that got everybody's attention, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And I'll withdraw my earlier comment about front-wheel drive cars not spinning on the way out of corners.
It certainly did.
I wonder if he lifted off the throttle slightly. Whoa, a little nudge. Hello, here I am.
Yeah, Jowett's very keen to get past, and I think he's finding he can brake later than the Pulsar, but the Pulsar's in his way. So he's have to hit the anchors a bit harder than what he normally would, and therefore has to settle behind. But in the meantime, Burks has pulled out a fairly handy lead, almost 3 seconds over Castro, and then we've got another 3.2 seconds back to this pair that are putting on quite an entertaining dice at this stage.
I think it's fairly clear that Ricketts is holding Jowett up, and here comes Jowett down the inside. Can he make it stick? And then one of the escorts coming into the pits, Burson.
Well, he's made that move stick.
Or has he? No, yes, no. Oh, and Michael Burks, that's not right.
No, he's got a drama.
Oh, that's not good at all. That's
no, he's got going again. So maybe he just miscued on the... No,
he's just getting off the track. Yeah.
So and now actually returns, lets the traffic get past. And there you can see Molesworth and Wilbridge going by him. That's unfortunate for our pole sitter and our camera car as well.
Yeah.
Let's hope he's back for the later races. So Matthew Burks out of this one. But still, this good race is going on in Castro's wake. Castro through his lead now is over 4 seconds, but this battle for second is still going on. Well, now for second, we've got Jowett, Ricketts and Giattini. Certainly putting on a good scrap here, and Jowett hasn't been able to pull away since he's been able to relieve Ricketts of that position.
There's really not a lot in it, is there? What?
Oh, there's another slow car.
Well, 3 or 4 of them all in a row.
They're all sort of slowing down for some obscure reason. Interesting point coming through from Max Robson's dad, Tim, on the Danny Castro car. This is first season back more than a decade. The car was a rebuild that was crashing a big Starline shunt with Graham Cox many years ago. That's Jordan Cox's dad.
It is. Is he as scary a driver as Jordan?
Graham? No. Jordan's one of a kind. actually does a lot of work on the Ricketts car, and would probably be on the cans with Michael Ricketts this weekend.
Will it be either him or John Boston?
Yes. And look at the 163. This is the Smythe car coming back and battling with young Max Robson at this stage, with Fitzgerald actually, and Robson just behind. So a 3-car battle going on there, and they're actually fighting for 9th, 10th and 11th. Well, they're fighting for 9th.
Yeah.
Where they'll actually end up is yet to be determined.
Well, Michael Burks has come into the pits as we expected. So hopefully that's nothing that's going to put him out for the weekend.
Yeah. Let's hope Matt Burks can come back and be part of the next 2 races tomorrow. And we've just seen a change with the Clio going through and picking up position, so that moves Smythe up to 9th ahead of Fitzgerald. Now Robson on the back of Fitzgerald, wanting to take that position away if he possibly can. This is Tim Robson's old car. Tim's moved on to run in another Honda in over 2 litre. We'll see him out there later in the day. And interesting that Giattini, the brothers, will run the car in both categories today as well. So Matt's obviously got the job in under 2 litre and Alex in over 2 litre.
How is it suddenly an over 2 litre car?
You can just run. It's not a problem. Remember Jordan Cox running his Honda Civic in over 2 litre and winning that a couple of seasons back when they still had that car. So this race is just over 3 minutes remaining. They are on lap 7, and then we've just seen young Max go around the outside of Fitzgerald to take that spot away. What a good move at turn 5. And of course, if you take a wider line through a corner, you're going to carry more speed anyway, aren't you? But you've got to be game to do it.
Well, you're carrying more speed, but you're travelling a greater distance. Whoa, that was a bit of a moment. So Ricketts has had a slow exit from turns 2 and 3.
And Giattini up the inside of him. They run side by side through turn 4. And Ricketts will get it back at 5, but then Giattini could get a run on him out of 6 as they head up over the hill towards 7. And no, not quite close enough. So the move initially sort of half worked and then it didn't.
But it's got him back in touch. So although he's dropped away a little bit again.
What it's allowed Jowett to move away from him. And I think Giattini may have problems. That car might not appear in the over 2 litre race. So it as you said, it did 300 kilometres out here last weekend, and maybe now it needs a bit of tender loving care. He's certainly slowed up.
I can remember, he's got an issue. Lucky 13.
Unlucky 13.
Well, you know it's bad luck to be superstitious. Meanwhile, Danny Castro flying 3.2 seconds ahead of Jowett.
Nice welcome back to racing in improved production, isn't it, at this stage? The gap, as you said, 3.2 seconds with a further 5.2 seasons back to Ricketts. With Giattini now pulling into the pits.
Yep.
So another one that puts Molesworth up to 4th spot, ahead of Wildridge. And then the two Lamour cars will be 7th and 8th, and which will become 6th and 7th. And Max Robertson will be further up in the top 10.
Here comes Danny Castro.
And the rear-wheel drive is going to win the under 2 litre race at this stage anyway. But Jowett's the one that's impressed me this weekend, because being not a front runner of recent times, to all of a sudden be in the fight. Ricketts in third, now Molesworth fourth, Rilvich in fifth, and it's two Lamore cars, sixth and seventh. Robson in eighth, Fitzgerald ninth, and Seeley will be 10th. And that'll be it, because we've got Smythe, Burks and Burson all in the pits along with Giattini, so 4 cars out. So it's been a race of tolls.
Here's our checkered flag. So Danny Castro takes that checkered flag. A comfortable win in the end by a couple of seconds from Bob Jowett, who had an eventful race. And Mike Ricketts, fairly lonely in the end there, at about half a year ahead of Molesworth's Salika. And here comes Matthew Wildridge in fifth in the Escort. I think it'll be time to give this up when we start talking about our mates' grandchildren racing.
Yeah. Well, that is the end of the first improved production under 2 litre race. And there is the official final results. Danny Castro, the winner, from Bob Jowett, with Michael Ricketts in third, Tim Molesworth in fourth, Matt Wilridge in fifth, Matt Lamore in sixth, Mark Lamore in seventh, Max Gagan, he said Gagan, and Robson in eighth, Mike Fitzgerald, Jonathan Seeley round out our 10. There's a lot of M's in there to start the weekend, and unfortunately the rest of the field were DNFs out of this. And that included Giattini, Smythe, Burks and Person. I don't think McCullum made the start. We're going to take another break, and we're going to be back with the big bangers. The sports sedans will be the next ones out.
Welcome back to Blendline TV's live stream of the New South Wales Motor Racing Championships. We're getting ready now for the first of our sports sedan races for this weekend. These are the big bangers, the ground pounders, B8s, rotaries, turbo 6s. Essentially, if it looks a bit like a sedan car and you can stick an engine in it,
that's what you got. That's what you got, because we've got space frame chassis cars, very highly modified from what you would normally see, and no surprise to see that Brad Churls in Joe Sed's rotary powered Fiat 124 would be on pole position. That's the car you can see there. Second fastest was Hugh McAllister in the Ford Mustang. This is a TA2 car, but it's a TA2 car out of Asia, so it actually runs a Coyote engine as opposed to the standard engine that they run in the Trans Am and TA2 here, which is a Chev-based engine. So he was second fastest. Dan Nolan was third fastest in the Mazda RX8, followed by Nick Mantikos in the Mark II Mustang. Drew Bargwana in the Chev Corvette is out of position 5. Glenn Pro won't be starting, because that car's just had a rear suspension failure on the right-hand side. So the wheel had a lot of toe out.
And the CV joint cage was lying on the ground next to it, which is never a good sign.
Fred Giesler, Graham Smith and Jeff Whittaker.
Is that Graham Smith as in Ross and Graham Smith Fiat people from way back when?
No.
Okay.
It isn't. That's a Chev-powered Mazda RX-7. Steve Lacey did see the car, but he's starting rear of grid, so he didn't get a qualifying lap in. Don't know what the story was there, but
it was stopped down at the outside of turn 1 during quali.
Get towed back. So in this field we've got a rotary turbo on pole.
It's not a turbo, it's just a triple rotor.
No, it's a turbo.
Is it a turbo as well? I beg your pudding. Yeah, so
they replaced the triple rotor.
20. Is it still a triple rotor or is it a twin?
Twin rotor.
What a shame. The triple rotor sounds awesome.
This one sounds pretty good. So we've got a V8 alongside him, and then we've got Nolan in the RX-7, which is just trying to rake my memory of what that's
4236 is a peripheral port rotary.
No, it's not a rotary.
Oh, is it? Well, that's it. I'm out. I'm out.
Another V8, the Corvette's a V8. The Supra of Glen Pro, well, it's not starting, so it won't matter. And then we've got the BMW, another Mazda, which is a V8, and Jeff Whittaker in the VT Commodore. So he's in a different car to what we normally would see him.
Dan Nolan's been
there it is.
Dan Nolan's been honing his skills in his father's old Nola Chev historic sports car.
He's done super sprints and all sorts of things, and that he ran second in the Australian Super Sprint Championship 2 years ago.
Did he?
Got beaten by there you go, remember from Queensland in the Dallara with the Formula 1 Judd engine in it.
Okay. Well, we've got these cars have a rolling start because, frankly, if you had a standing start, they would alter the Earth's rotation.
Well, and half of them would break their
axles,
or axles.
Brad Shields is about 4 times the size of Joe Sade, so watching him get in and out of that car is reasonably entertaining.
And he certainly can steer. Won all 3 races at the opening round, which was held down at Winton. They're back here on home turf, and away they go.
They all spread out.
I don't think Brad got all that great a start, but he's going to lead.
McAllister got an awful start.
Second spot will be Nolan in the Mazda, followed by McAllister, then Mantikos. Lacey already picked up 3 spots as he attempts to go the inside of Mantikos out of turn 2. Not quite close enough to do it on that occasion. Settles in behind the marked car. Barguana, the next one in that Corvette. And Lacey moves past Mantikos as they go down to turn 4. So he's up another place. He'd have his eyes set on trying to match Shields up front. I don't know if he's got the weaponry under him.
Whoa, he had a bit of a moment there coming out of turn 5. Car had a big lurch to the side, but he's gathered it up and taking off after McAllister, who was slow at the start.
So it's a battle of 3 for second at the moment. Nolan, McAllister, Lacey. And Lacey is the one on the move at the moment, and that car's done a lot of miles around this track, won a lot of races, won championships.
Well, last time I looked, it was for sale and he was getting out. So
well, Steve Vigas owns the car and he's the one that's selling it.
Okay.
And Steve's also doing the national championship. He'll be down at the Bend next weekend in a independent race car based machine run by Mark Cars, and Lacey takes McAllister down the straight, moves into 3rd position. Nolan, the next one that he'll want to pick off, and He'll go down the inside of him at turn 2. That brings him up into second position as they leave turn 2, and the gap between Shield and Nolan was 3 seconds. It's probably a little bit more now between Shields and Lacey, but can Steve Lacey do anything about gathering in the flying Fiat in front at the moment?
Well, he's got nearly 13 minutes to do it, so watch this space. And of course the other thing is that the Fiat's a fair bit lighter than the Corvette, therefore should be a little bit easier on its rubber. A Camaro, sorry, not Corvette.
So here's Lacey. He's quickly been able to gap Nolan and McAllister, which will probably be the dice of the race between these two. Because McAllister has raced in TA2 in a Mustang, but this car can't run in TA2 or Trans Am because of the engine, which when you think you're a major Ford dealer in New South Wales, you want to be running something that's got a Ford badge on it and a Ford engine in it.
One would hope. So Lacey's dropped another second away from Brad Seals.
So to give you an idea on that lap, and considering that Lacey's had to pass cars, he did a 32.7, Shields did a 31.8. So that gap is just 4.3 seconds as they went past the start-finish line. Nolan and McAllister were 35.5 and 35.7 respectively, so not much between them. Mantikos at a 36.8. You usually find with Mantikos he gets quicker as the race meeting goes on, and he usually picks up places. Graham Smith is in 7 feet trails Jude Barguana in that Corvette, and in 8th position at this stage is Jeff Whittaker, who's I've not seen this car before, so I'm not familiar with it. The BT Commodore, he's always run a VL space frame car before. Oh, and we just seen just out of the bottom of our frame is Hugh McAllister sideways out of turn 6. He's keen to get past that Mazda ahead of him. He's doing everything he can to see if he can manage it.
So what gearbox is McAllister using? Just the 4-speed that they...
I imagine they would still use the 4-speed. It'd be
Jericho
a US TA2 spec.
So it'll be a Jericho indestructible NASCAR gearbox.
Possibly, yep. Which is ironic that NASCARs don't really need a gearbox for ovals anyway. They don't use it that often. So this battle goes on between these two as they head down to start the 4th lap. And on that lap, the gap between first and second went out to 5.8 seconds. Shields did a 31.7. That was his fastest lap of the race, and Lacey a 33.25. And these two were a 35.0 to 35.1. So basically nothing between these two. If anything, Nolan may have got a 10th just on that lap.
We'll point out that Jude Barguana's leading the Division 2 field.
The divisions in sports sedans in New South Wales are based on their lap times. If you start breaking out of your lap time, you get moved up a division, which seems pretty fair.
Whereas in the old days, Division 2 sports sedans were the cars that were built by Team Party House, and
well, most of them were modified street cars, weren't they, in the old days?
Well, you get a Morris motor and put an MGB engine in it or something like that. There was actually a house in...
An A30 with a Holden engine.
Yeah. There was a house in Peakhurst, somewhere like that, that was called Team Party House, or it was called the Party House, and there was a garage out the back, and no end of racing cars would be prepared at this house. Engines being built in the kitchen and tested up and down the sanitary lane out the back of the place. Paul Samuels was one of the instigators of that.
Yeah, one of the founders of Wakefield Park before it...
Yes, exactly.
And here is Jude Barguana in that Chev Corvette. It's probably not as high spec as the Paul Boschette car. I dare say this is a chassis car that could probably actually run in production sports. you would think.
Perhaps I couldn't comment. I haven't seen it. But
Yeah, and I must stress too that the divisions are based on the car, not the driver.
Well, yeah, Jude is a perfectly useful racing driver. Whoa, and there we are, we're talking him up, and there goes the commentator's curse. You picked a fine time to leave me, loose wheel. Oh, it actually wasn't loose, it's just pulled the whole centre out of it. And there on screen is Riccardo Benevenuti, so one of our favourite photographers.
And he pulled it off the track, so that's unfortunate. We'll definitely go safety car as a reason.
Yeah, and that's the last time we talk anybody up this weekend. We've done it again.
You did it. You were talking.
I've done it again, yes. Yes. The Moxon commentator's curse.
Now, will they let this go under a local yellow? Because he is away off the track, and it was not as though...
It's also exactly where you're going to go.
He was forced to go there. He actually drove it off the track to that point.
No, I think it just understeered off the track with no front wheel. I think it actually made the wall, so...
So this battle still goes on for third, I should say, third and fourth. So the gap 5.8 seconds. So on that lap, there wasn't a lot of happening as far as the gap between first and second, but certainly second to third is eked right out. Yeah, that's off turn 3. You've got a local yellow there.
Yeah.
So it may remain the local yellow with... we've still got 6.5 minutes, still a long way to go in this, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, let's give a bit of a shout out to the sponsor of this race, Real Dairy Australia, based in Wauchope, which is just near Gloucester, up in the western part of the Hunter. And
also,
they make cheese.
I think they also back
Stephen Lacey. Yeah. They make yummy, yummy cheeses, which are no good to either of us because we're both lactose intolerant.
I'm not a great... I've only ever liked melted down cheese anyway.
Oh, I love cheese. Oh, it breaks my heart that I can't eat it like I used to.
Mozzarella would be all right with.
Eh?
Mozzarella would be all right with.
Oh, mate, I could sit down with a wheel of King Island Blue Brie. But anyway, so thanks to Real Dairy. And thanks to Nankang Tyres for sponsoring the whole race meeting.
And here's our race leader, Brad Sherl. And he's done a marvellous job in this. As I said, he won all 3 races at the opening round at Winton. He's on track at this stage to repeat that effort. He won the championship last year. That's why he's got the number 1 on the door. And when he goes to the national rounds, he usually gives them a bit of a test of the two. There's only a couple of cars there that are better than this combination.
And this car's been around a very long time in a lot of different configurations.
Yeah, well, it's a bit like the first Fleet Axe, isn't it?
Yeah.
Here's Steve Lacey. This is car Steve Vigers. Has been running for quite a while. And he has some other cars there. They've got a Chev-powered Lamborghini if you're really keen on doing something different. And I think they did have a Chev-powered front engine Porsche there. I think that one got sold off though. A car that we did see run once or twice. He's got a
VK sports sedan as well, VK Commodore.
That's Lacey's car.
Yeah, sorry, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
Who I meant. Which I think will be eligible for the new Group U historic sports sedan category.
Which are only running sprints at this stage. They're not running actual races.
Which is a tragedy.
Well, they don't want to knock them around. They're worth too much money these days, like anything. So here's this battle continues between these two.
Yeah, having a lot of fun and providing a lot of entertainment.
Yeah.
Look, everyone look busy. Here's our boss.
So we've still got over 3.5 minutes this race. They've obviously decided to stick with this as a local yellow where Jude unfortunately had to park the Corvette. Perhaps got time to go and find that wheel and bring it back to the car as well.
Oh, I know where it'll be. It'll be a place I stand to take photos sometimes.
Oh, well, lucky you weren't there.
Yeah.
So we just saved your life.
Oh, because I don't move real quick.
And
it went over the wall just to the left of where Jude finished up.
Yeah, right at this area here, and Nick Mantikos takes the Mark II Mustang. He's had this car for a while. He had a Datsun 1600 Turbo in Division 2 prior to this, and he's run this car in production sports as well, so depending on what you can do to these cars to run in sports stands, you've got to disable the ABS and the traction control, and I think there's some other little gimmicky computer mods that you have to switch off so you can run in this category. So it makes it a very versatile car to run.
They are. And also, of course, you could run them in events like the Bathurst 12-hour. They've run them overseas, I think in Dubai in the 24-hour race there.
Yeah, there's several cars that run in the, what is it, the CLN series, which is the enduros for all sorts of things, sports cars, GT3 invited, etc. And there's some other mates around the world that base their cars on something that we recognise, whether it be in BMW or something, and run things like Chevs and Coyote engines in them. So they're coming up to put a lap on Jeff Whittaker in this BT Commodore.
You can clearly see when Dan Nolan's changing gears. Got a really long gear stick, as you can see him through the windscreen. Plucking the next gear in his sequential box.
Well, it's handy to the steering wheel, I guess. It makes it all very easy. Remember when the British touring cars decided that the Ray Mallock Limited decided that they would, or was it AAA by that stage, but on their Vectras that they would introduce a column shift because it would be right next to the steering wheel. I didn't pursue that for long, though.
No. I like column shifts. It makes young people very uncomfortable. It's bad enough that it's a manual.
And Dan's got the white driving gloves on too, which makes it handy for us to see what's happening in there. See the amount of work going on. The lead between Shields and Lacey's now 6.5 seconds. Yeah, he's just maintaining that lead. He's just doing enough. A 1:35.04 on the last lap, and Steve was actually quicker at 1:35.03, 100th of a second quicker. So maintaining that gap, and in the meantime, these two are still battling for this third spot. Top three in the opening race of round 2 of the New South Wales Sports Sedan Championship. Hello, McAllister having a bit of a look down the inside, or is he just getting a bit of cool air? Yeah, you don't know how much of that is cool, looking for cool air, or just feigning to try and off-put the guy in front of you. I think Dan's been around long enough to know that what the score is. Turn 4 behind the pits and up towards... Oh, no! And there's Brad Seals cruising slowly up towards the back of Corporate Hill. Focus! Yeah, the car's slowed. He's and he's away again. I'd suggest he may have done a controlled alt-delete on that car, which, in layman's terms, switch it off, let it coast to a stop, and then fire it up again. But the thing is that he's lost the lead, so can he hold on and maintain second? The car seems to have picked up speed. Here's Steve Lacey started at the back of the field. He now leads this one. And we're not saying another word about Steve Lacey for the rest of this race. On account, he'll get the checkered flag on this lap, so it won't really matter. And on the last lap, Steve Lacey takes the win, and Brad Shields will get to the line in second, and not that far ahead of Dan Nolan and Hugh McAllister, who will finish in third and fourth spot. That certainly came to an abrupt end with a surprise bottled into it. Nick Mantikos, position 5, and Graham Smith will be in 6, already taken the checkered flag because he is a lap down. And Jeff Whittaker will round out our 7 in this field. Small field, but competitive, particularly that race for third position. Not a small field, Gary. A highly concentrated field. Yeah, quality field. But we'll have a bit of a break while they recover the Jude Bargwanna car.
Be back with you in a couple of minutes.
Supersports back out for their second race. They have all their races in one day. And as we've seen earlier in the day, Nick Kelly won quite convincingly. Took the race by something in the neighbourhood of about 15 seconds.
Let's just say he was untroubled. Now,
just seeing who's in and who's out at the
yeah,
moment.
well, we've had some people with dramas. If you missed the earlier race, both the Kennys are out.
And Steve Shields didn't start either, so we were down to 8 cars. It was Nick Kelly on pole. He won the last race, so he's on pole. Next to him will be Sergio Perez in the Radical SR3. And then we've got Simon Copping, Mark Brame, Stephen Champion, Warwick Morris, Sean Hannon and Warwick Church were our 8 runners that finished the last race, and we've had a spinner, like Steve Champion's had a spin coming out of turn 7.
But we didn't say anything nice about him.
We seem to be putting a curse on everyone at the moment.
Yeah.
And it wasn't Steve Champion, so our apologies. Incidentally, he's just been elected to the board of the ARDC as well, so congratulations there. That's him just out of frame there in position 5. It must have been one of the back markers here that had the drama.
We're certainly a back marker now.
Not quite.
There he is.
They're all bad. And it must have been Sean Hannon that may have had that drama. Turn 7, but he rectified it quickly. Your rolling start for this one. It'll be a 20-minute session from the moment they left the pits till the checkered flag. So there's 15 odd minutes to go in this one. Green light goes, and Kelly makes the best of start. He goes straight to the lead. He will show the way through turn 1.
Oh,
as
he's gone. Thanks, I'm leaving.
Perez in second position. Brame into third, Copping 4th at this stage. And someone else there just up the inside in that black Radical. A couple of spots off the start, and Champion was the one that lost out. He's dipped right down to 7.
It was Hannah in that black car that made up the spots, number 82 there. Ooh, having a bit of a bobble mid-corner there in turn 4. Will that affect his exit speed? Yes, but not enough to lose the spot. But Nick Kelly's checked out. Sergio Perez is 72nd for Mark Brame and Simon Copping. Hannah just dropping a couple of wheels off into the dirt there on the exit of turn 6.
So Champion's lost out to Morris as well, so he's back to 7th. Church in 8th position at this stage. So it was Church that had that spin on the opening tour of the circuit before the start. So we would expect in this race that our battle will be amongst these guys here. We've seen some good battles in the early race for the minor positions in the race. And it took quite a few laps for Simon Copping to get past.
Oh, is that Hannah again?
Actually, Copping's now picked up a spot. He was ahead of Perez in the first race, and it took quite a few laps for the position to change. And we did note that Copping's car was so much quicker in a straight line, mainly because I think it's lower aero, it's lower profile.
And bigger engine. So Copping's car is the 1.6 litre car.
Yeah, and
oh, and he's having a bit of a look down there.
But there is a parity thing with these cars. It's a 1 litre car in the 1 litre engine in the West, which I think from memory are Kawasaki powered, while the Hayabusa is a power plant for the Radicals.
Certainly Copping's all over the back of Simon Press at the moment. Sergio Perez. Oh, having a bit of a look at the as they come into Creek Corner. I'm sticking with Creek Corner. I'm trying to make it a thing. I'm trying to make it happen.
Hails back to the old Warwick Farm days.
Absolutely.
There is a bit of a creek there, isn't he?
Oh, it's a bit of a puddle.
Yeah.
Yes,
Well,
there is a creek that runs alongside.
I can remember here at a supercar meeting there was more than a creek, there was more
Yeah.
like a river.
So if you look to, well, you can't see it, but to driver's left there, there's actually a watercourse that runs from the last couple of corners down towards
And
the back
here's
of the pits.
Copping making a move
Yep.
on Perez down the straight, takes away the position. As we said, that car has significant straight line speed advantage. Straight line handling, as it's often called by people
Yeah.
who don't have it.
Yeah.
And Copping has always been able to pull away in the straight, but Perez has been quicker to the corners under brakes.
Oh no, there's cars with different strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah.
Who would have? Whoa! Copping having a bit of a wag of the tail out of turn 4 there.
Yeah, you might think a 1 litre car wouldn't be that powerful, but they certainly make these things get up and sing.
Yeah, but Copping's is the 1.6.
1.5.
I beg your pardon. It's 1.5. So the Mistral that's leading, Nick Kelly, is a 1.6.
Yeah, but that's a turbo car as well. But it's parity to, or in prototypes at least, which is a sister category to this, you might say. Prototypes, they run a parity, and it's based on driver and car,
Remember,
not just on the car itself.
always remember, Gary, there's no replacement for displacement.
Well, I think that was a heading many years ago at Bathurst. Thou shalt use all the cubes at our disposal. I think when the Fords beat the Alphas up there in 67.
Yeah, 67. Because the Alfa Romeos had 4-wheel brakes.
But they didn't have near the.
But the Fords had 5 litres.
Yes. So Kelly's already pulled out a significant gap, 5 seconds.
In 3 laps.
Yeah. Leading this, or it's actually 5.9 now. So he's actually pulling out over a second a lap. No problems at all. But this is where the battle has been in the previous races, and we mentioned it before that there's 2 classes, Class 2 and Class 1. Class 2 is basically the open class, which is the Kelly car, the West, whereas Class 1 are the Radicals. So the Radicals run as a separate class. And we don't have a Radical Cup in New South Wales as such. There's a National Radical Cup, First Focus Radical Cup Australia, but no state level Radical Cup as it used to be. So they run as with Super Sports, and they're quite competitive. Mark Brame's been very competitive in this, the number 32 car, and it is an older SR3. There's been 3-4 different evolutions of the SR3, mainly in aero. There has been the odd engine tweak as well, but generally speaking, the aero has been in the early cars it was over the top aero, and the later cars it's underneath aero. But the very newest car, the one that Steve Champion's running, the XXR, has
both?
It has a bit of both, because it has the thin wing over the engine cowling, which is supposed to help in stability. There it is. Car we're actually speaking about. I reckon it looks really good on this car.
My understanding of those fins was that it's meant to straighten the car out when it's spinning and act as an air brake when it's spinning.
Okay.
So,
well, you don't want to try it out to see, do you?
no, I'm good.
Copping now is starting to close in. Perez is starting to close in on the back of Copping there as well. So that's sort of starting to look a bit like it did in race 1. And Brame has not been able to do much about it. He actually did the pair of them very early on in that race, but they both got by. He hasn't dropped off significantly, but he just can't quite match those cars.
Kelly took nearly 2 seconds off the next car on that last lap. I'll point out it went from 6.9 to 8.8 seconds.
And interesting, Kelly's had a variety of cars. He had a Radical SR8. That's a 2.7 litre or 3 litre, depending who you talk to. And raced that for a while. He had a Typhoon as well, which was the turbo Ford engine Radical that was around very briefly. I think that's been sold on to someone now. This is our battle at the back between
Church and Hannah.
Yeah, well, they're quite close this time, considering that they were fairly spaced out the last time.
Hannah hasn't helped himself. He's been off the track at least twice in this race. He should be probably a couple of spots up on where he is now.
No, he didn't finish any higher in the earlier race, so. But it makes for an interesting race when you got cars in competition against each other rather than just sailing off into the distance. You usually tell the different variations of these cars, like the Hannah car is an older spec car than the 82. Sorry, that is the 82. Sorry, the Church car is an older spec car than the 82.
Got a bit
you can tell by the headlights and the uprights on the winglets, I should say, on the back. They are different. It's a lot smaller on the later car, and actually he goes through and has just now taken position 7 away from Church.
Now less than a second, by the way, between second and third places, Copping and Pires. Here they are at turn 4.
And that's the Copping car is one of the earlier models as well. So he's doing a pretty good job in that. I think Brames is also one of the early, what was just called the SR3. There's big headlights or headlight covers on it. They changed to LEDs for the next version as well. That was another change to the cars. But they're certainly all over the back of the West now, and Copping has to fend off Perez, who tries to go around the outside of him. Down at turn 8. There's definitely the Radical's a better car over the back of the circuit than what the West is. And now has a look down the inside and gets it done. Bluffed him out of that, really, didn't he?
Look, this is the same as the pattern we had in the first race, where Copping was faster early, and still he's retaken the second place on the straight that time. But I just wonder if either his brakes or his tyres are getting a bit weary over a race distance.
It's interesting that Copping, Perez, Brame and Champion are all doing the same lap times as well. So as much as Champion would like to be with him, there's a bit of a gap between him and the next group up in front of him, so he's not making any ground as a result.
Well, when you're all climbing over the top of each other, there's not too much you can do about going faster or slower. You're all going to be doing the same lap speeds, aren't you?
Yep. And his only hope is that while Copping is defending, he's slowing them down, and he might be able to latch on the back of them that way. But we've just got over 3 minutes of this one to go. This is the second of 3 races today. Their round will finish at the end of this today. They're not back tomorrow to participate in Sunday action, and it's been a tradition with this category for many a moon.
Perhaps they have short attention spans.
And here is our race leader, and the Wolf has certainly lifted the standard of prototypes. Won't say super sports, because the Novas are an interesting vehicle, and what the Kennys are running are again quite startling looking cars. But the Wolf in its various configurations has been a pretty good car. They started with Honda engines, they went to the turbo Peugeot, and as I said, there's been a Coyote engine car as well. But the Mistral is the latest, and this is what Kelly is running. And his lead is over 17 seconds, with what I would assume would be a lap to go after this. They are on their 9th.
Copping has dropped down a couple of places.
So there's been something happen that we haven't spotted. He's lost out to both Perez and Brame. And he's only just in front of Champion. So there he is there. So there's been something how he's got issues. He's just letting them go past.
Well, that's a shame.
So it's been a day, not only in this category, but it's been a day of
weird mechanical issues, yeah.
We don't know why, and one would expect that he would try and stay out for the points, if nothing else, because it is a state championship meeting, and there's every chance he could be back and running in the last one anyway. So I assume we may be on the last lap as we speak, and that lead, I think Kelly sort of backed out of it a bit on that last lap. Nothing to prove at this point.
Not going to do a Brock and set a new lap record on the last lap.
Well, not when you've got a race to go. Maybe on the last lap of the next race. But it'll make for an interesting championship tussle with Alex Kenny dominating the first round with 3 wins and Nick Kelly dominating this round with 3 wins, to see where they are in the points when they'll be back for the next round. I'm not sure if they're on the next championship program in June, but we can check and verify that if the case needs to be sorted. But here he comes down, checkered flag out. Nick Kelly, 2 races today and 2 race victories in the Wolf F1 Mistral. Acknowledges the checkered flag as he goes across the line. We have to wait now because the second place and third place coming down to the checkered flag now. I think Brame had a bit of a look there for a minute. And then
well, Perry's was a little bit slow out of the last corner, and Brame had a run on him. Not enough of one.
Steve Champion picks up position 4, and looks like Copping will hold out Warwick Morris to finish 5th and 6th respectively. Now we should get Sean Hanna and Warwick Church as the next 2, and here they are.
82 and 28, interchangeable.
Yeah, you can swap the numbers around if you need be. So they come around the final corner. They come around the final corner now, and so they've had an interesting race there back for the 7th and 8th positions. Results on screen for you now with Nick Kelly, the winner, as we said. 18.57 the gap in the end from Sergio Perez. Mark Brame just behind him in 3rd, then with a little bit of a gap to Steve Champion. Simon Copping just held out Warwick Morris. Sean Hannon won his scrap over Warwick Church. We're going to take a quick break, and we're coming back in a short while with production touring.
Production touring cars are on the grid now or on the track now for their warm-up lap for their first race of the weekend. Ben Sheedy's on pole in a VE Commodore, a 6-litre V8. Next to him is Stephen Engel in the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo, from Joe Lenthal in a BMW E36. Looks like an M3. Yeah. Oh. I had the wrong grid, so ignore everything I just said in the last 2 minutes. Pretend you're my family. That's Matthew Holt's Commodore on the front of the grid there. Next to him will be Tony Virag. Third on the grid, Michael Auld in the BMW. Next, Brian Callahan in the Commodore. Chris Millett in an HSV GTS, that's a Commodore. I think. Matthew Kiss in an Evo 10, Mitsubishi Evo 10. Michael Osmond's BMW M135i. Punching well out of his weight, Eden Thornborough in a Toyota 86. Next, Gavin Clark in a BMW M3. Matt Bolton in a Renault Megane. Andrew McMaster's BMW 125. Alex Hoskins Toyota 86. Phil Wilbo in a Toyota GTS Commodore. Matt Shilan in a Honda Accord, and Ronan Lindenmeyer in a Mazda 3 SP25. That's our 15-car grid. Grid just coming up on your screen now. So as I said, Matthew Holt, Tony Virag in the Holden V8s, Michael Auld in the BMW. Good variety of cars in this race. Several classes. So A2 for the high performance two-wheel drive, Class X for extreme performance cars, A2 again. Down the back, the two Class E tiddlers, the Honda Accord and the Mazda SP3. Here we go, 10 seconds board, red lights. Holt and Virag getting a very even start. Brian Callahan making a good start from the second row of the grid, moves up a spot ahead of the BMW. BMW hampered by its dual clutch gearbox, which doesn't have a clutch pedal, and it's the three V8s leading into the first lap. Whoops! And there's the wake up number 18 car of Chris Millett having a bit of a moment there. Gathered up. P-plate driver, it's all part of the learning experience. You don't know how fast you can go until you've overstepped the mark, do you? I'm sure he's awake now after that little moment. Down through turn 6, the three Commodores still lead. Holt, Virag and Callahan. Followed by Wald in the BMW. Right, Callahan's having a bit of a go here, flinging the earlier car around. So it's the two VE models of Matthew Holt and Tony Virag from the either VY, VZ or VX, VY or VZ Commodore of Brian Callahan. Matthew Holt's got a nice little lead going here. And we might have a slowing car back there. Yep, one of the Mitsubishis heading for the pits. Wait for the that's Kiss heading for the pits. That's not good. Meanwhile, out in front, Alt leads VRAG 1.3 seconds after the first lap. Callahan next, two seconds off the lead, then Ald another second back, and then Osmond. A little scrap going on here, and a couple of BMWs and the Toyota 86 that really shouldn't be anywhere near the Beamers. Except it's in the same class, so I'll just, you know. Here they come down the straight, finishing their second lap. So it's Holt from VRAG, from Callahan, from Ald. Osmond is next. Tony VRAG's VF. Late model Commodore, one of the very last of them, of course. Certainly the last of the Australian-built cars. Ryan Callahan, back racing after a very long break. Came back a year or so ago now in this Commodore from a very famous racing family. And Michael Ald in the BMW. Sorry, peeps, the technology's giving me trouble again. I'm stuck here in the back of a white van, an old man in the back of a white van, not scary at all, that can't see the racetrack. So at the moment, it's still Holt leading from VRAG. Tony VRAG's now got the fastest lap of the race, and there's only 1.4 seconds between them. We might be in for a race now. Callahan, another few seconds back, fading a little bit, and then Ald in the BMW. Closing up onto the back of Callahan. Meanwhile, we've got a bit of a scrap here between the Renault and the BMW, and the BMW just blows past the Renault on the main straight. Ald now pretty much on the back of Callahan as they go around the back of the pits over the hill and down into turn 4. Ald in the BMW. Callahan has a good slide out of turn 4, channeling his dad's speedway history. Over the crest they go behind Corporate Hill and round down towards Creek Corner. Meanwhile, Tony VRAG's moving up, sneaking up on Matt Holt. We've got a pair of battles at the front of the field now. Bit of a gap back from Ald to Millett in his Commodore, and then Mike Osmond. Looking back through the classes, the best of the Class D cars is Eden Thornborough in the Toyota 86. Best of the Class B cars, Gavin Clark in a BMW M3. Best of the Class C cars is Matt Bolton in the BMW 125. Oh, sorry, the Renault Megane RS. best of the Class E cars is Matt Shilen in the Honda Accord, making its debut in Matt's hands. Meanwhile, Michael Auld has got past Brian Callahan for third place. Normal service being resumed. Willett still in fifth from Osmond from Thornborough, who of course is leading his class. The class races are important here, so every little bit helps. Matt Shilen in Class E has moved well ahead of Lindenmeyer in the Raceway track time car. The Osmonds 1 Series BMW having a bit of a lonely run there. Car 7 in 6th place. It's an M135i. It used to mean it would have been a 3.5 litre, but BMW have decided to do away with their numbers making sense, and it just means it's got a 3.5 in it. Meanwhile, whoa, this is good stuff. So, Andrew McMaster and Alex Hoskins having a bit of a ding-dong scrap there in the Class D cars. McMaster at the moment has the advantage, but had a bit of a moment there at Creek Corner at the hairpin. The Toyota wasn't close enough to take advantage of that. Holt's motoring away in front. He's pulled out a little bit now from Tony Verrega, a couple of seconds. It's not enough to be comfortable yet. And Auld has moved about a second ahead of Callahan. A rather attractive BMW 1 Series Coupe. I've always liked the look of those. I thought they were a great looking car. Nice mix of chunky and swoopy all at the same time. Being hotly pursued by the Toyota 86. Not a car over endowed with power, but certainly a very well balanced little car and a fantastically matched engine and gearbox. 6-speed box in those is very nice to use, thank you very much. Virag still holding the fastest lap, 1:43.6. All of 400ths better than Matt Holt. So really, you're not going to say anybody's being dominant there. And Matthew Kiss has almost caught up to the Mazda MP3. Sorry, Mazda 3 SP25. It's a pretty handy little road car, but not what you'd call a highly competitive hot hatch in this company. Once again, our Class D battle continues. Thornborough's well out in front in Class D. Then you've got the BMW M3 of Gavin Clark, and then these two, Matt Bolton and Andrew McMaster, Andrew McMaster and Alex Hoskins, fighting tooth and nail. Oh, and Michael Auld's had a moment between turns 1 and 2. He's given third place back to Brian Callahan. Bit of a whoopsie on the exit of turn 1 there. Let's see whether there's any ongoing problem. It looks like everything's okay. It's a little bit tentative at the moment while he gets himself reorganised, makes sure the tyres haven't got gunk all over them. Oh, he's staying offline. What are we doing here? Meanwhile, out in front, 2 minutes to go, and Matt Holt still holding the lead. He's had since the start of the race. Tony Virag still in that good, strong second place. A couple of seconds between them. What do we got? There's the last lap board. So first and second, couple of seconds. Oh, Virag's car looks like it's breathing a little bit heavily. little sort of a mist of blue smoke behind it. Hopefully it's just a little bit of blow-by and it's not a big drama. Brian Callahan in that, that third place is re-inherited. He's got a couple of seconds in hand over Ald, so maybe that's enough to hang on to it. Osmond next, about 10 seconds back. Millett next. Now that's interesting. Ald's dropped way back. Ald has dropped back a lot. So Millett is into fourth, then Osmond. Coming over the back, down past the lake, and Matthew Holt's leading. Up the hill again. Virag a whole 3 seconds behind. And down towards the creek corner. Main interest really is probably the Callahan. Callahan should have enough in hand there over Millett, but the scrap between the two Class D cars, the BMW and the Toyota 86, McMaster and Hoskins. So we'll have to see what happens there. There's nothing between those two cars. Here comes Matt Holt to take the checkered flag. Virag second. Daylight third at this stage, but it should be Brian Callahan. Here he comes with Chris Millett right behind him, but he should have enough in hand here. Yep, job done to Brian Callahan. Christian Millett next. And here's that battle, and it's still the BMW a little bit in front, not enough to be comfortable. And certainly not enough to afford a mistake on the last couple of corners. It's coming through the last corner now, not at the main straight. And it's going to be McMaster in the BMW from Alex Hoskins. And that was a great little scrap, and well done to those guys. Okay, and that was the first of the production touring car races this weekend. Cars coming into the back of the pits now. Most engaging. Matthew Holt was the winner from Tony Virag, and then Brian Callahan. Chris Millett, Michael Osmond, Michael Ald, dropping down to sixth, and hopefully nothing too seriously wrong with that car. Eden Thornborough, best of the small bore cars, in seventh. Matt Bolton, Andrew McMaster, and Alex Hoskins rounding out the top 10 after a fantastic scrap. Paul Wilbo, Matt Shiland winning Class E, Matt Kiss recovering to 13th, Ronan Lindenmeyer and Gavin Clark. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. If you're hungry or thirsty, can we recommend the Pit Stop Cafe? Down at the western end of the pit building, on the top level, just above the turn into turn one. Hot and cold food. Ice cream, if you could stand an ice cream on a cold day like this. Hot coffee. Tomorrow morning I'd love a long black, please. Hot and cold drinks, even a beer if you're if you finished your racing for the day. Well, here we go. The next race of the day, the Mazda RX8 Cup. Run anything you like as long as it's a Mazda RX8. Once again, a one-make series with limited modifications allowed. Gives a nice level playing field and some entertaining racing. And if you're interested in joining in this class, go and see the guys in the garage at the end of the race. There's a bloke called Sam Silvestro that's got a couple of nice looking cars for sale that would make, one in particular would make a good start for a race car. Or you can head down to the auctions and buy a salvage car that's hail damaged or, a repairable write-off and dig in. Mazda RX8 was the Wheels Magazine Car of the Year some time ago. The most recent rotary engine car built by the Mazda company. I'm a rotary engine enthusiast myself. And here's our grid. On pole position, Mick Hazelton from Maisie Place Motorsport. A bit more about Maisie shortly. Jet Bloomerus next on the grid. Jet, interestingly enough, is another grandson of Jim Richards. Jackson Noakes third on the grid, and then Robert Scott is fourth. Miles Briguglio from M&R Performance. Aaron Hills, Bailey Scott, David Grice, no relation to Alan, is eighth on the grid. Martin Lyle, Brett Thompson, Grant Bray, another Maisie Place entry. John Freeland, Zaki Wazir, Maisie Place herself, and then Manath Prasad, also from Maisie Place Motorsport. Maisie Place is a young woman from the south coast of New South Wales who was so determined to be in motor racing that she would commute on a weekly basis up to Canberra to do her apprenticeship, and is now running a workshop where she builds and runs racing cars for other people and no doubt does other general mechanical repairs. And has 4 cars in this field. One of which is sitting on the pole position, Mick Hazelton. Once again, these cars fairly close to standard. Last couple of cars rolling up to the start line now. One of our incredibly wonderful volunteer officials waves the green flag from the back of the grid. First of all, thanks to all the volunteers. Secondly, if you want to be one, you can, and then you're not going to get any closer to the racing without being in it. Red light, grey we go, and everybody gets away at about the same time. Mick Hazelton looks like he's got the best of the start. Bloomerus is dropping back into the clutch to the second row of the grid, but looks like he has just enough in hand ahead of Justin Noakes. No, Noakes has got around the outside of him, bluffed him completely. No, that's not Noakes, that's 17. That's Scott, that's Robert Scott. Age 56, I feel so much better now. Come on, Robert, get out there and show these children. Into third is the Bloomerus car. The third generation of the Richards family represented here. While everyone else is scrapping amongst themselves, Mick Hazelton's moved into it. Oh, not a huge lead, but Robert Scott's next. Then Jet Bloomerus. Another young bloke called Jet seems to be the name of the year a few years back. Over the top of the hill and down to the creek, and everyone seems to be behaving themselves. Now, I noticed someone had their right turn signal flashing away on the first lap, but no doubt they've turned left at some point and cancelled that. Down the straight for the first time, and Mick Hazelton eked out a little bit of a lead. We're not going to declare the race for him by any means now. Scott next, then Bloomerus, then Noakes, and then Hills. Jackson Noakes, another second or third generation driver. Oh, and we've got a slower. We've got Thompson slowly rolling down the front straight, so a bit of a problem with that car. And once again, sad to see someone's car failing so early in the meeting, and hopefully it's nothing that they can't fix quickly. Nick Hazelton, nearly 2 seconds clear now of Robert Scott. Then Jackson Noakes. And then 20-year-old Jet Bloomerus. I was just looking at Jet Bloomerus' background. He's done a fair bit of racing already in his short life, in XLs and RX8s. Got a few sponsors. Well, he's got a pretty good pedigree. Well bred, as you'd say. Both his grandfather and his uncle and his cousin being very successful racing drivers.
Well,
nearly forgot the cousin.
So it's in the genes then, you might say.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's not as well bred as, say, Will and Alex Davison, but he's getting there.
So you got Hazelton leading from Scott, Jackson Noakes, third generation race driver in Jackson Noakes from southern suburbs of Sydney.
And the Noakeses and the Barguanas are all intertwined, and I don't know.
You were going to say something else then.
Yeah, I don't know if they've sort of bred them yet, but surely that can't be too far away. So I remember David Noakes driving, sharing cars with some of the more senior Barguanas back in the day.
Yes, and
then David Noakes Jr. now running a beautifully prepared Escort engine.
It is. Did the Phillip Island Classic meeting this year?
Yeah.
Couldn't quite match that Josh Axford Escort in under 3 litre, but they both of them put on some pretty good racing.
And they'll be back here in a couple of weeks for the HSRCA historic meeting.
So Noakes is in actually third spot. Ramirez in the next spot in fourth. Hills, Virgilio, Lyle, David Grice. Scott was actually quite a front runner down at the previous round at Winton, because this is the third round of the series. First round was at Phillip Island at an access meeting, and then of course they were at Winton as part of the New South Wales Championship there, and now here of course for round 3. Missing Justin Barnes, who's away, sidelined at the moment, so he couldn't run, and apparently it was a pretty wild affair down at Winton. We didn't get to see much of it, but there was certainly some action going on.
Bit of action now as Noakes and Bloomerus disputing third place down the straight. Bloomerus, yes, up into third place on the entry to turn 1. Very fast sweeper. But is Noakes coming back at him into turn 2? I think he might be certainly having a go.
He was very late on the stops, but he actually gets the job done, gets his spot back.
Good awareness there from Bloomerus. He's going, you know what, I don't want to have a crash. I'll just sidestep you and let you go for the moment.
That's a pretty heady group. They're fighting for third spot. Goes back to about 6th, I think. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th spot. So Lyle is at the back of that group.
Out in front, Nick Hazelton. By just over 4 seconds now.
Bolted.
Well, yeah.
Actually, Scott's...
We're not saying nice things about people anymore, remember?
No, you stop that.
Bloomerus has left on the names of his co-drivers from the Bathurst 12 Hour. That car ran the 12 Hour earlier this year. One of whom was A. Shaw, I think Tom, and the other was one Jay Bow.
John was in that car at Bathurst. He was in the Ford that did nothing.
No, the 12 Hour, not the 6 Hour.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, it wouldn't have run
maybe,
in there. No,
maybe not.
No.
Maybe I'm very confused.
No, that's the car that John Bower raced in this series a couple of years ago.
That's right.
At the round that he did here at SMP.
Well, look, if you had John Bower in your car, you would leave his name on it forever. You know, that is a sticker you would not remove. Once again, well, actually now Noakes has caught right up to Robert Scott and is giving the old bloke a bit of a going over as they come over the hill behind turn 3 down into turn 4. Certainly close enough now. This is not a passing spot in these cars. The exhaust pipes have warmed up now, and the massive amounts of unburnt fuel that pour through a rotary are catching fire as they go down the exhausts. While a rotary engine might only have between 80 and 100 moving parts, they do tend to like a drink.
Create a bit of friction.
only among people with ears. Mick Hazelton making hay while the sun shines, and this little lot behind having a good old-fashioned carve up, really.
It is quite close, isn't it, between these 5 cars?
It's almost like a Formula V race with mudguards. And Formula V coming up a little later on.
Next.
Oh, I can't wait. Well, here we go. Noakes has a bit of a look down the inside of Scott coming out of the last corner. Can't do anything there, and may have hurt his exit speed, and therefore his speed all the way down the straight. Yes, it has. So Scott's able to pull away a little bit there.
The next 3 are also involved in a pretty heady dice behind them as well. So lots going on in this race.
If Noakes had been a little more patient there.
He's lost a bit of ground as a result, I think. Although he picks it up under brakes, doesn't he? A little bit.
This battle for second place is certainly worth a look. It's a lot of fun. 4.5 minutes to go, so that's probably 3 laps. And the ones that aren't blowing flames out the exhaust are blowing smoke. Sometimes a bit of both. One of the things about rotaries is they need to burn part of their lubricating oil, or they need lubrication in the combustion process. So these days you tend to throw a little bit of 2-stroke into the fuel, which makes them smell really nice too.
Nothing smells as good as avgas.
Nothing smells as good as avgas. This I will grant you. Well, Castrol are in avgas.
This is the dice we were talking about a lap ago.
Yeah.
These 3 really...
Lyle, Grice and the other Scott the younger. I figure if they've got the same surname and they live in the same suburb, they're probably father and son.
Bailey Scott we're talking about.
But here we go. Just we're back with the second group. Well, the first group, the dispute over second place, and it's still on. And it's every bit as close as it was a lap ago. Not quite as close as it was a couple of laps ago. And here's this next group. And really, they're fighting over 7th place. And Grice has just gone right round the outside of Lyle. He couldn't make it stick, but he certainly let him know he's there. It compromises both of their exits from turn 2. And it lets
So when you try to go around the outside of someone, you're trying to tell them that they're not fast enough through the corner?
It's usually a bit of desperation, really. It's hard to make a move like that stick.
Yes, Grice got it all sideways out of turn 4, brings it back in to try and get the undercut going out of 5, which I don't think he has, and almost compromised his position to Scott behind.
Where a move like that can work is somewhere like turn 1, where you're virtually flat out and you just carry that little bit of extra speed down to the next corner. And Formula V and Formula Ford can work pretty well, turn 1. Oh, this is good stuff. Now let's keep in mind that the 2 lead cars in that pack are sharing a sponsor, so we'll call them teammates and hope they don't crash into each other, because that would be bad. Out in front, Hazelton continues to lead from Robert Scott, Noakes, Bloomerus. Nothing's changed there. This is one of those races where you don't know where to look. See there the second of those cars. So Grice had a much better exit from turn 1 and was carrying a few extra kilometres an hour down into turn 2. They braked at the same place, but again Grice was on the outside and couldn't do anything about it.
Scott got a bit untidy coming out of the corner, but still holds position.
Well, they both were, weren't they? Oh, now everybody's gone defensive. Scott should be sitting back there just waiting to pick up the scraps.
Grice is in a good position here. If he can hold there, he'll have the inside run into turn 5, and he does so.
But if he doesn't run wide on the exit, no, he's made a good exit. Lyle's a little bit quicker, but maybe not enough to do anything about it. And here comes Scott. Yes, no, no. Oh, Lyle drops a wheel into the dirt. Grice says, thank you very much, I'll have that back.
That was Grice.
Other way around, sorry. Grice drops a wheel off and Lyle says, I'll have that back.
Oh. Now I want that bit of road, I'm having it.
And Scott's run very wide. He's trying to brake as late as possible, and he braked a bit later than possible. Oh, this is a shame. It's come up to 0. We've got a checkered flag. Can we just go a couple of extra laps? No, we can't. Oh, well. So that goes to Mick Hazelton from Robert Scott. Third is Jackson Noakes, and then Bloomerus, Jet Bloomerus, and that has been most entertaining. Aaron Hill's next, 5th, and then Brugulio, Grice, and Scott Minor, and that was good fun. Couple of cars still to finish. Maisie Place herself, having a bit of a battle with Zach Wazier. And Maisie Place, an impressive young person, and if you look up determination in the dictionary, I think you'll find her picture in there. And she's just hung on for that place there. We're just waiting now for Prasad to finish. Well, that was fun. So the Formula V's are going to have to put on a good show to beat that. Let's see how we go.
They usually put on a fairly good show.
They do usually put on a good show. The Phantom Fiberglass Suicide Set.
Here's the final race results from race 1 of RX8 Cup this weekend. Michael Hazelton from Rob Scott, Jackson Noakes, Jet Ramirez, Aaron Hills, Miles Rigoleau, Martin Lyle, David Scott, David Grice, Bailey Scott, and Grant Ray in 10th positions. And further back, John Freeland, Maisie Place, Zaki Wazir, Manif Prasad, and Brett Thompson was a non-finisher or a non-starter. Back shortly with Formula V. .
Formula V forming up on the grid now for their first race of the weekend. On pole position, in one of the great moments of nominative determinism, electrician Craig Spark in a Jacer. In fact, the first 4 cars on the grid are Jacers, built by David and Jason Cutts in a tin shed out the back of Blacktown. Luke Collett next, and then Jeff Bennett and William Pym. Next is Steve Butcher in a Stinger. Then the Jacer of Angus McDonald. It's actually his dad's car. We've got a green flag. We're about to get going. And we're away, and Luke Collett gets a pretty good start there on the outside of the front row. Has a look to his left. Where is he? Where's that other car? Craig Spark has the run into the first corner, but Collett's gone right round the outside of him. They'll be going down into turn 2, almost side by side, with cars all spread up in sort of 2x2s behind them, but it's Luke Collett leading from Craig Spark. Out of turn 2 into top gear. Formula V's only use 3rd and 4th gear once they're moving.
They wouldn't have too many change downs, I wouldn't imagine, either.
No, it'll be, so from here it's top gear all the way to turn 6. Back to 3rd, and then top sort of halfway up the hill. Back to 3rd again at the hairpin. And if you get a good run through the last couple of corners, you're actually staying in top gear through there. So the last couple of corners, you actually want sort of 3rd and a half gear in Formula V.
So at this stage, it's Collett leading from Spark, Pym in 3rd, Dennis Bennett, Butcher, McDonald, Henderson, Cook, Davey, Cassell, Cannon, Collier, and Johnston.
Bit of a brake lock up there for Craig Spark at the creek. No harm done. Give them a lap or two to get themselves sorted out, then we should see the slipstreaming battles starting.
The freight train, as we like to call it.
Yeah, or the crocodile, when they start weaving down the main street. Yeah. Oh, no, we've got smoke coming from the 4th place car.
That's Bennett. He's new into 1600s, I believe, isn't he? Who's previously a 1200 runner.
Let's have a look. It looks like it's coming from the rocker cover, which... absolutely no surprise in a Formula V. Those rocker cover gaskets are terrible things.
And Spark takes the lead out of the slipstream and leads down through turn 1. Collett's still 2nd. They've got about 6 car lengths on the next pair.
And here comes Collett back down the outside, having a bit of a look. No, nothing doing there. William Pym in 3rd. Then Bennett, then Butcher. Round the back of turn 3 and over the hill, and once again Collett's up alongside Spark and not quite down far enough to make the move into turn 4. Geez, giving him a good working over there. It's usually a very strategic thing in Formula V that you don't want to be leading at the wrong time, because
last lap.
Well, sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. You spend your first 8 or 9 laps working out where your strengths and weaknesses are compared to the people around you, and then you try and take advantage. Oh, the very slow-moving Johnson car around the back of Corporate Hill. Yeah, it was too. Sorry, Cannon. Obviously having a drama, nearly causing another one. Not his fault. He was well offline, but somebody could have zigged when they should have zagged.
There's
that puff of smoke again from McDonald.
And we're just on Steve Butcher in the Stinger. Up until this year, he'd been multiple 1200 champion in the state. Decided at long last that he would move up to. No, it was Greg Johnson who had the issue.
It was Greg, yeah. So who led that time? Craig Spark led that time.
Yeah, but not anymore.
Yeah.
Collett's got in front of him again.
You only need to be leading at the finish line.
Well, sometimes, yeah, I know, but even on the straight with Formula V, you can come out of the corner in front, get past and get the lead back before the finish line.
Yeah, it's enough to do your head in. I remember the 1200 race at the Nationals here a few years ago. The two cars leading were well out in front and they were braking going down the main straight to try and get the other car to go ahead. And it seems to make a bigger difference in a 1200. You've got a few horsepower less and a little bit less torque.
And you haven't got the disc brake either.
I don't think the disc brakes don't make a huge difference in these cars. The reason they went to disc brakes is simply because the drums are so hard to find now.
I imagine they would be.
Well, you can get them from Brazil and Mexico, but they're just not as good. They warp and crack and carry on. Once again, Craig Spark having a bit of a peek down the inside there of Collett at the hairpin. Nothing doing. We're looking at Angus McDonald now, car 64. It's actually John McDonald's car. Angus's car is number 46. They're both black Jaces. A locked wheel there from Butcher. He's run wide. We'll definitely be going back to third gear for this one.
And leaves himself susceptible to Cook, perhaps making a run on him down the straight particularly. And we've got the usual change of lead as they go past the start-finish line. This time it's Spark back in front of Collett.
Doesn't matter where you are for the rest of the lap as long as you're in front at the finish line.
Yeah, it's just plotting how that's all going to happen. It's like a game of chess, isn't it?
Yes, yes. Dare we say buying yourself a ticket to the last lap? No, we don't want to say that. No. That's as close as you want to see to a bad pun. And once again, Luke Collett moves up to the inside of Craig Spark, and he's got him this time. Or has he? No, yes, no, yes, no, yes.
No.
Oh, but he might have him into turn 5. No. This is good stuff.
So this is the out of the norm because they never challenged each other apart from on the straight in the previous laps. This time he's had a look at turn 4 and 5.
And Craig Sparks decided he needs to be in front, or not in front at the end of this lap perhaps.
You've got to calculate how many laps there are and where you should be.
Well, that's why Formula V insist on there being a set number of laps and not a timed race. And there goes Luke Collett into the lead at the
and it's allowed Pim and Bennett to hook onto the back of them, and also McDonald and Butcher aren't that far away now either. So these two have actually, with that couple of exchanges through that lap, have allowed the others to catch up.
Don't know if they'll be quite in the tow. Certainly the first 4 cars will in the tow.
You don't want to be in the tow of that 4th car with the smoke coming out of it.
No. And right now we're going down the left-hand side of the track. You don't want to leave a gap. You don't want to leave an opportunity for the cars following you to dive underneath you. And this is where you've actually got an advantage going around the outside. So see here, Craig Spark has actually carried more speed through turn 1 and will keep that speed all the way down to turn 2. And if he can get braked and turned across, he's done it. He's taken the lead back off Luke Collett. Pim and Bennett sort of sitting back there in 3rd and 4th. Not quite sure what they'd be thinking. Are they thinking just hang on? Are they thinking...
I think they're as close as they've been since they gridded up.
Yeah. And Collett again back to the lead. No, he was already there, sorry.
He actually
yes, that's right, yeah.
He lost it a little bit at turn 2, before turn 2.
It's only been half a lap and I've forgotten already.
I should remember your name on your way home.
Yeah, that way. Whoa, big lock up from Craig Spark that time. It's the joy of an open wheel car. You could see his hands wrestling with the steering.
And you can see the amount of smoke coming off it as well.
Now what was he doing then? Was he indicating for Pim to go past, or was he adjusting his mirror? I think he was adjusting his mirror. Yeah. If you've got time to adjust your mirror, you're not going faster than that.
It wasn't a slow moment.
Yeah. Well, no, it was on the straight.
Yeah, but you're accelerating there.
Yeah.
Not doing anything else.
Over the line, Luke Collett has the lead. Half the race gone, but half the race still to go. Now we've got the top four all virtually together, spreading out across the track. Bit of a gap now back to the Butcher, who's got the fastest lap of the race, for what it's worth.
On that
How
lap.
fast is it? Yeah, 140.
8:05. On
Still
that lap.
well away from the lap record, 146. Held by Darren Williams. You can do that October.
So where are the rest of these, the paces and...
Well, there's the first round of the Formula V National Series is next weekend at Morgan Park, so a lot of people are keeping their powder dry for that. Really, really, really a big problem in this country with the way we're setting up calendars for our motorsport. Lots of event clashes.
Well, so many events, it's a problem.
Yeah. All it does is dilute the fields.
So now we've got 3 and 3, but not much between the first and the second group.
No,
And-
if the second group can get themselves lined up, they should be able to tow up to the lead group.
Yeah.
The Stingers really are nice looking cars, aren't they?
Certainly different to look at than the Chasers and the Spectres.
Yeah. Well, in the old days, Frank Kleinig said that all the Formula Vs look like boats. Well, there you go. There's Steve Butcher trying to wipe the oil off his helmet visor.
It's just, you notice he only does it when they go past the racing trail.
Yeah.
There's a few shenanigans going on out there at this stage.
Oh, once again, Steve Butcher puts his nose in front going down into turn 2, but can't quite make it stick around the outside there.
Sparking, really.
Yeah, Spark. Yeah. Spark and well, Collett's leading from Spark. William Kim from Bennett. And Stephen Butcher. Bennett's car only seems to be blowing oil in...
The right-hander up the top of the track.
That's probably just a little bit of oil
Left-hander, I should
getting
say.
onto the exhaust.
Yeah. Must be a little leak there somewhere.
Whoop. Oh, there he goes.
Geez, won't be a problem from here on.
Yep.
That's
Well, that'll spin them
Bennett,
up a bit
who's
because-
spun at turn 5.
Yeah, Butcher had to back off to avoid bad things happening. Donald and Cook having a good little scrap there. You'll see these cars puffing smoke out the exhausts. The trick with building a Formula V engine is to build a worn out one. Doesn't make any sense, I know, but because they've got so little power, you try and build them with as little mechanical resistance as possible. So you're essentially leaving a huge piston ring gap and big gaps around the big end bearings.
Last lap board out now for the race leader, who's probably got the best advantage he's had so far in Collett. His lead is almost 8 tenths of a second. Yeah. So he's moved out from Spark, Pim in third, then we've got the gap back to Butcher in fourth, and then McDonald and Cook, the next two coming through after that.
Now the question is, does Craig Spark have enough power to pull up and pass Luke Collett down the straight between the last corner and the finish line? Early in the race he was doing that, so what he needs to do now is give himself exactly the right amount of room, not too much, not too little, to be able to drive up behind.
Make a run through that last corner.
Yeah. If he's too close, he hasn't got the room to to make the run, and he'll have to lift to avoid crashing into the back of Collett. If he's too far back,
slides out of turn 6.
Well, that's not going to help his cause.
Well,
just drops the
probably
wheel
gives
off.
him that gap that he needs. He was a bit close coming into that corner.
Yeah.
Oh, he's now too. Oh, no, he's got some other issues. It's sliding through turn 7 as well. Is he trying too hard? He's run wide out of 8. I think that's it's gone. Actually, he might be lucky to hold on to second here.
Yeah.
With Pym moving up on the back of him.
William Pym's been plugging away at this Formula V business for a couple of years now, and he's getting a handle on it.
Yeah, well...
Whoa, that was a fairly abrupt turn in there from Collett into the last corner. The car was trying to run wide, and he gave it a big heave-ho of the steering. Where are we? Collett's well clear. He's got this sewn up. And Spark second, and William Pym third. It's a bit of a shame that Bennett had that spin. That tended to split everybody up a bit. But all in all, a pretty entertaining race. Okay, so we'll be back in a couple of minutes with the next race.
I'm back on my game, rocking these rings, all leather, no shame. Won't be in the backseat, I'm flossy and flashy, so bring the champagne. Tattoos, perfume, got me feeling so damn cute, no blues, yeah, I'm feeling so high, about to elevate that sun, taking the view when I walk into the room. Everything that I make, every look I create, yeah, I elevate the mood, change the game, make the rules. Everything that I touch goes from good to great, yeah, I elevate. Oh, I wanna elevate the style.
This is the breeding ground for Australia's future racing car champions. It's Formula Fords, and this is the third round here at Sydney Motorsport Park. I'm Gary O'Brien. Bruce Moxon is in the chair beside me, and we're going to call some fantastic racing. Hopefully it'll be a good one, because the first two rounds have been fraught with crashes and all sorts of dramas.
The last round here was an absolute cracker. There was one of the best passing moves I've ever seen into turn one. That the first two cars were each trying to dive down the inside and get underneath each other, and ran a bit wide in the corner. The third place guy said, well, I'll have that, and turned in super late and went underneath both of them, emerged from turn two in the lead.
Well, that was Daniel Frogus, I guess, who won the round here. That was the New South Wales state round. It is a state round as well as a national round, and unfortunately Frogus had a massive accident down at Winton, where the car was actually split in half. He was okay. Car's back here, would you believe, and he's sitting in 11th position on the grid from previously being a winner. Leading the series, Cody Mains-Ruddy has 1 point advantage over Harrison Sellers. Eddie Beswick is third, Frugas in fourth. Kobe Williams, the pole sitter here, is in fifth position. So it's very tight at the top of the Formula Ford.
As always. All right, we've got a green flag at the back of the field. We've got red lights. We've got no lights, and we're away. Everybody's off the line. Not much wheel spin. Everybody's got a great clean start. And it's Williams heads straight down the middle of the road into the lead.
Yeah, Zach Lobko in second. Should be Mains-Ruddy in third. Lobko won a couple of races down at Winton, so he's well in the championship hunt. Trying to go around the outside. They're three wide for battling for third position coming through the corner, and they've all got through unscathed.
So great awareness from these drivers, and that's one of the things that you need to learn.
Now Lobko goes down the inside of Williams at turn 4. We are on the wrong side of the track as they get towards turn 5.
Well, he had a crack around the outside at turn 2 on the first lap. Certainly not giving Williams any rest. It's all over the back of him. The good thing these Hewland gearboxes have got the gear linkage on the side, because at the moment he could do a Formula B trick and just
knock him out of gear. And look at the congestion.
I know.
Just behind our first three place getters.
There's about 19 cars vying for fourth place.
Makes Sydney traffic look positively sparse, doesn't it?
Kobe Mains-Ruddy has moved away from the pack and has settled into third place, and right on the back of Lobko, who's right on the back of Williams.
Liam Locaney currently in fourth, Eddie Beswick in fifth, Bussy in sixth. He won the race. He was a strong performer down at Winton as well. Rockins in 7th. Sellers back away. Frugas has picked up a spot in ninth, and Allowing is in 10th position.
I'll tell you what, that lead trio is now a lead quad. The Loacano car has moved up into a good, strong fourth place and is very much in touch with the lead group.
As you can see from our timing board, very little separates the top three as they went through the start-finish line on the first lap. We'll get updates at the end of each sector, which is just out of turn 2 and just after turn 8.
First four cars are separated by less than a second. Well, that's blown out a little bit.
So Loacano's gone into second.
Yeah,
Lobko in third. Then it's Mains-Ruddy in fourth, and that's given Williams a little bit of a gap up front. It's about 8 tenths of a second. But if these three cars work together, they can negate that. And we've still got this massive scrap going on behind. A couple of getting out of shape, coming out of turn 6 towards the back of the field while they go through there as well. So we're down to 11.5 minutes already of this race remaining, but Williams has certainly put himself in the box seat. He's got clear. Well, probably not so much him putting himself in the box seat, but while the others were fighting behind him was the reason he's been able to just skip that little bit clear where he wants to.
If you can keep your head while all those about you are losing theirs,
You'll be the tallest one in the room.
well, you'll be a man, my son. It's up.
So Leo Kano's is the one to watch. He's in second position and he's just done the fastest lap of the race on that lap. And he's actually dropped that gap to the leader by about a couple of tenths at the same time. Leo Kano and his brother both raced at Bathurst in a Vivo 10 in the 6 hour. And also competing in Queensland Formula Ford. So they're getting a lot of miles under the belt. 15 and 16 respectively, the two brothers.
What are they doing in their spare time?
Probably working on race cars.
Hopefully going to school.
No, you don't want to go to school when you can race cars.
Yeah.
So still plenty going on in the background. We've seen someone there just trying to make a move going through turn 6. Staggering how many times you'll see someone make a move and then pull out of it at the last minute. Kano gets two wheels off the track going through turn 7 or out of turn 7, and when he was right on the back of the race leader, he's now a couple of car lengths back as a result.
Doesn't take much, and I don't know if you remember Gary Scott Speed doing that at the first A1 GP meeting here and set a new long jump record. Ended up at the back of the pits at the turn 4 gate before they put the wall in.
Well, we've seen what it does to S5000s if you go wheel off the track over there as well when they last race here. But so we come down to complete lap 3 and it's still Williams in front. The gap 0.5 of a second over Leo Kano. Then it's Lobko, Mains, Ruddy, Beswick, Bussy, Strickland in 7th position, Sellers, and lots of tyre smoke going through turn 2 on that occasion.
There's one of those cars in that group fighting for second that's having a fairly persistent front wheel lockup. I just wonder if he's got a flat spot. It keeps finding
now.
that. Yeah, probably has, yeah.
Oh, someone got off on the dirt coming out of
just dropped the wheel off. And I think everyone's caught up to Williams.
They have. It's only it's less than 3/10 of a second.
3/10. It was 5/10 a
Leo
moment ago.
Kano seems to be the one that's making the most inroads at this stage.
And I think that it's Lobko that's locking the front wheel. Oh, that was a near thing. Couple of bit of a wheel bang there.
Couple back in the ranks.
Well, that can turn real ugly real fast. Doesn't take much to when you lock wheels like that to launch usually the second car a fair way into the sky. Now it's not the launch that's the issue. It's the sudden stop when you come back down.
The interesting part about Leo Kano, who we see as potentially the one to beat here, the way he's going at the moment, he actually started this race out of position 10.
Well, that's an astonishing run towards the finish. That's some really great racing there.
So how he's made up his time, well, it's got me confused, but all the same, he's made up plenty of positions and still holds down second, but he keeps bringing that gap down, and he's bringing the others up with him too. Changing position back in the ranks as well, going into turn 2. It's trying to see who that was. I'll tell you in a sec. Get an update. That was Frogus on Sellers, and at the same time, Joey Fawcett got past Evernet, and Fawcett was the Victorian state champion from 2023. Lowering's the one that's fallen back to 12th spot, just in front of Imogene Radburn. Lachlan Everly's the next one there, he's in 14th, and then we've got Cotter, Sarkis, the next couple after that.
Got to wonder if Imogen Radburn is Ralph's daughter or granddaughter.
Yeah, might be.
It's not a particularly common name.
Racing out of the Cotton Hill engineering team, managed by Cameron Hill, of course, when he's not racing a supercar.
Oh, that's a first. I just saw a Formula Ford spit a flame.
Yeah, we're just watching Jack Busey and Lachlan Strickland coming through there.
That it was
with,
Lachlan Strickland.
Reverse numbers, 74 and 47. Oh, so someone's lost something there. Something flew up. It looked like a bit of cloth rather than anything solid. And they're using all that bit of stripping on the outside of turn 1.
And Liakano's down the inside now of Williams and has taken the lead. But Williams is still on the inside in turn 3. Oh, gee whiz, this is close stuff. Over the top of the hill down towards turn 4, and it's Liakano. He's put his nose in front. What a great run he's had from 10th on the grid up to the lead in, 5.5 laps. That's fantastic stuff.
And it looks like Williams might lose his second spot here as well. As Mains Ruddy looks like he's got down the inside of him, and he could even lose the next spot because they were lining up to try and have a run at turn 7. Didn't quite make it work though. So we've got our series leader in second position now. Lopko's 4th. And Beswick, the next one through in 5th. Did some of his high school certificate at the Shannon's round at the Bend last year while in between Formula Ford races.
Well, Strickland just had his gearbox, his nose literally underneath the gearbox of Bussey then between turns 5 and 6. You cannot get any closer than that without touching.
It's been a thrilling race so far with Liakano in front, and looks like Beswick making a move on Lopko as they come down to turn 1, and Beswick will take that spot away. That moves him up into 4th. Still plenty going on in the front. Mains Runny looking for a way past our race leader. We'll try to get in around the outside while Williams goes up the inside, so they'll be side by side as they head through turn 3 towards turn 4, and looks like Mains Ruddy has got that spot back.
Well, Williams may have had his nose in front for a moment. He was on the wrong side of the track to keep it there.
If anything, it's allowed Liakano just to get that little bit of an advantage, about a car length, which is not much, and it can be negated as quick as anything.
0.3 of a second, which is nothing.
So they come around. They're on their 7th lap. Still got just under 4 minutes of this race to go, so it's been going on now. Oh, Alfie, has he done enough to get up the inside? They run side by side out of turn 8, but Liakano re-establishes the front running. Mains Ruddy 2nd. Then it's Williams in 3rd, Beswick 4th, Lopko's 3rd. And Mains Ruddy goes round. The series leader has been spun around. I wouldn't say he got spun. He spun around coming out of that corner. He regathers it. He's going to drop quite a few positions as a result. This is appearing like the championship no one wants to win, because we've had 2 different round winners and a series leader now who's had problems as well. So it's Liakano in front. It's Williams back to 2nd, Beswick to 3rd, Lopko in 4th, Jack Busey in 5th spot, and Lachlan Strickland in 6th. And at the moment, it's Daniel Progress that has the fastest lap of the race, and he's gone from 10th to 7th spot. So good move from a rebuilt car, and there's a cowling hanging off the Strickland car. Oh, it just looks like a couple of pins have come undone.
Yeah, but
might affect the aero on that a little bit.
That's going to kill him in a straight line. That's so much extra drag.
I don't think it's going to come off, but all the same, while it's cornering, it stays flat.
He wants it to come off because it's going to be murdering his straight line speed.
Yeah, but if he felt it was going to come off, then a black flag.
Yeah, no, you just want it to come off, then it's off, and then you're not going to get a black flag.
Yeah. So we've got a race in 3 now with Leocano, Williams, Beswick in 3rd. Lobco, Boosie the next 2, Frogus and Strickland with that drama of his own happening for him. Next, then it's Lachlan Evernet, Will Lowering and Joey Fawcett in 10th position. Harrison Sellers 11th, Radburn 12th. And where does Cody Mains Ruddy back to 14th at this stage?
Here he goes, Williams looking for the inside run on Leocano through turn 1, and he's done
Beswick
it.
going for an inside move. Can he get it done? It looks like he might. So it's Williams back in front. Looks like Beswick may have picked up 2nd. And Leocano back to 3rd.
I'm frantically scribbling notes here because I've got to write a report on this afterwards. And
And in behind them, there's still plenty of action going on as well. Still got a minute to go, so it would be this lap and one more, I would imagine. So come up, so it's our pole sitter back in front in Cody Williams, head of Eddie Beswick. Leocano 3rd, from 10th to 1st to 3rd.
well, and Fergus has had a really good run. He's not as spectacular as Leocano, but he's up to 6th place from 9th or 10th on the grid. That's not to be sneezed at.
It's a good run.
And Leocano's now coming under threat from Lobco. And Lobco had a pretty good race meeting here last time out. Oh, well, not a good race meeting, but he showed some promise and showed some good speed, but had some dramas.
Well, he had good races at Wheaton as well.
In fact, he,
Coming out, we expect this is a checkered flag coming out on this lap, and it looks like it's going to be Cody Williams who'll take the first up win. Second will be Eddie Beswick. Third, Liam Leocano. Zach Lobco finishes in 4th spot. Jack Boosie in 5th. Daniel Frogus in 6th. Evernet in 7th. And it's Lachlan, Strickland, Sellers, Fawcett, Radburn in 12th. Mains Ruddy picked up a spot. He's finished in 13th position. Then it's Cotter, Sarkis, Ballack and Everly in 17th position.
well, that was a
that
was a
had
terrific
lots going
race,
on.
wasn't it?
Lots going on for the opening race of round 3 of the Australian Formula Ford Series here at Sydney Motorsport Park. They actually get to run with the supercars later in the year, the August meeting at Symmons Plains, so they want to pack their winter woolies when they get down there, and they've got a couple more rounds with the Victorian State Series as well.
Well, these cars are terrific at Symmons Plains because you've got the 2 long straights for slipstreaming and the 2 dead stops for out braking. It's just about perfect.
There are the official results. The gap at the end was 0.32
Yeah.
2/6 of a second.
A sneeze.
Williams over Beswick, Leocano just in behind him, then it's Lobco, Boosie in 5th spot, Frogus, Evernet, Lowering, Strickland, Sellers into the 10, and just outside the 10 was Fawcett, Radburn, Everly, Mains Ruddy. We said, well, they've got him down as 14th, I think he's finished 13th. Cotter, Sarkis, Ballack, and Lutelu, and Paul Zeddy is in position 19, Jamie Rowe in 20. They would have been in the older Kent engine cars.
And a bit of props to Fergus, Dan Fergus, for fastest lap of the race.
Indeed so. So that's Formula Ford's done for today. They've got 2 more races tomorrow. We're going to take a quick break. We're back with improved production over 2 litre. improved production over 2 litre cars out on track for their first race of 3 this weekend. And got a few Commodores in the field, Bruce.
Or a couple of non-Commodores.
A couple of Walkinshaw lookalikes. I don't imagine they're the real deal.
Wouldn't think so. You wouldn't think they'd be eligible for improved production anyway.
Yeah, you could run a production car and improve production.
Yeah, but they weren't production cars. That was a Group A car.
It was still built,
Lookalike.
sold on the road.
If you had a genuine Group A HSB car, would you? No, right. Yeah.
But some people do. I know. I can remember a Phase 2 Falcon in historic touring cars racing.
Seriously.
Got crashed at Bathurst. So it's not out of the realms of possibilities.
I'm building a model of a Phase 1 at the moment. 2 of them, actually. Any model kit builders that like models of Australian cars, check out DDA's range of Australian muscle cars in styrene plastic. They're, if you're a kit builder, they're, I reckon, up there with Tamiya in quality.
Yeah.
They just work and everything fits first time. But never mind that. These are real cars we're talking about now, aren't we?
Yeah, and improved production over 2 litres seems to be becoming more of a BMW playground of late, particularly in Victoria, and if they're not Holdens, they're BMWs that seem to be winning races. We've seen BMWs pretty strong at the last round of improved production, which was at Winton in Victoria. You may ask why was the round at Winton in Victoria? It's just something a little bit different, and not to have every round here at Sydney Motorsport Park.
And it's a racetrack.
Yeah, basically, yeah. It's a long way to go. So leading the way in this one is Ben Sheedy in his VE Commodore. That car was built by Gerard McLeod originally.
Okay.
And it was what was left of his V8 Ute Racing Commodore. Lots of bits and pieces went from that into this car, and it went to Gerard raced it a couple of times. It went up to Northern Territory for quite a while, and then Ben Sheedy bought it and brought it back down here to race in improved production. There's Nigel Williams going around in his car.
And the reason why BMWs and Commodores, because they're pretty simple cars to build, lots and lots of bits available, relatively cheaply and simply.
Nigel Williams missed most of last year, but he did run a 6-hour support race for the combined sedans. Engel had trouble at Winton, so needs a good round here in that Evo. Joe Lentul's car is an old endurance rig, which is now in IP configuration, and his old car's actually been run this weekend as well. That's Mark Hauer, and he's just back from doing a tour of Jay Leno's car collection, personally escorted by Jay Leno.
Well, that wouldn't be the worst way to spend an afternoon, would it? We have a green flag, we have some red lights. Watch for Engel to actually launch off the line. There he goes. Of course, the all-wheel drive and the adequate power of the Lancer gets him off the line really well. But
Didn't
you know
work
what?
This time?
Yeah. I was about to say, oh, he'll be 100 metres ahead by the first corner, but no, not this time.
Yeah, and Tim Robson had a good start. As soon as he got alongside the car in front of him, he put his headlights on and that car went.
Must have Lucas Electrics.
But there's Williams just going through and picking up a spot on, I think that's the Tutton car he's just passed. It is.
The white, green and orange colours of either the Irish flag or the Mazda that won Le Mans.
Actually, I think those colours are a throwback to BTCC Honda cars.
Okay.
If I recall properly, it's got Honda on the side. Yeah, I think they...
Yeah, it's got the driver's name in Japanese characters on the side of it.
Yeah, it might have been Japanese touring cars then. It was one or the other.
Over the hill behind Corporate Hill.
So Sheedy leads, but not by much, because he does have Steve Engel and Joe Lenfall just behind him. Joe Lenfall was running his RX7 for quite a while, and then got out of the category for a while, didn't do anything, and now back. He was actually the advertising salesperson for Auto Action and other mags at ACP for a while.
Okay.
Years ago. What he's doing now, but anyway. Engel in the Evo. And I must say that car looks a lot better in those colours than its old colours.
Well,
Use of silver and then dashes of, what you call that, maroon, I suppose.
that's what's missing from this race is rotaries. It used to be dominated by rotaries.
Well, there was a rotary supposed to be running this weekend, the RX7, Joe's old car actually, but it looks like it hasn't made an appearance. Interesting to see the two Walkinshaw replicas running together. Car 78 and 8, which is Mark Tutton and Keys Delhas. Keys Delhas had a VS Commodore, the very quick car. It was actually one of the fastest New South Wales cars at one point several years ago. And he disappeared out of the sport for a while, but now back in this blue car.
I always wondered how they got those things down to about 1,300 kilos, but
They were good in the wet.
yeah.
In touring cars we're talking about.
Looked like Stephen Engels scored himself a 5-second penalty for being a little bit too good at the start.
That's probably balked him out a bit.
Well, it might be that he felt himself rolling and stopped, and then that mucked up his start. Certainly, he's giving Sheedy a bit of a working
Well,
over.
there should be quite a difference in their straight line speed. I imagine that the Commodore would be a far quicker car down the straight than the Mitsubishi.
The Evo should run out of speed at about 180. They're very short geared.
And you could see that he has lost a fair bit of time, but he's obviously picking it up because that car would have great drive out of the corners, being four-wheel drive.
Yeah.
And actually their fastest laps in qualifying, they were split by about 7/10 of a second, so that's interesting. They don't seem to be, Sheedy doesn't seem to be a 7/10 of a second lap faster at this stage, does he?
No. Engels got the fastest lap.
Yeah, and that fastest
40
lap.
tenth of a second. The last
Well,
lap.
actually, his fastest lap's faster than his qualifying time by 2/10. But in saying that, Sheedy did a 41.35 as opposed to that 42.40. So,
Well, there's Sheedy having a bit of a brake lock up into turn 6.
so he's obviously
He's having a crack.
Yep.
Yep. And really, he's only got to be, he's only got to be within 5 seconds of Engels. Engels got that penalty.
Yeah, well, I think he'd be happy to get his first race win in this car for sure, and that's what he'd be aiming for here today. This is another car that's been run by the John Boston
Oh, is it? Okay.
organisation with Jordan Cox there as well. So I'm not sure which one, who's working on which one, but
To think I knew him before he even got a chance to drive himself out to a motor corner for the first time. When
who's
he was,
that?
before he was even on L plates.
Yeah, so the front straight is where Sheedy's
Yeah.
making that gap now. He's pulling away. Be interested to see if he's going to the Nationals, which are at Hidden Valley in July sometime, because that's a long trip, and it'll be almost a trip home for that car, because he did spend a couple of seasons up there.
Well, you'd be on a hiding to nothing with Adam Poole running.
Well, and Matt Cherry's running as well, so his Monaro's fairly quick. So those two Monaros will be hard to beat, although there's a Queensland Commodore that's pretty quick as well, the old Race Galenda car. That car, the last time it ran there, and I just can't think of his last name, but Justin, he used to run a RX3. He ran that car at a combined sedans race up at Hidden Valley, and actually did a lap time quicker than what Ray Hislop did there. So
Hell.
that's a quick car.
Ray Hislop's car was insanely fast.
Yeah, but that's not as fast as Pearl's car, because Pearl's done quicker lap times here than
That's true, yeah.
than what Ray did. That car's been turned into a sports sedan, or it's in the process of being turned into a sports sedan.
I thought it already was.
No, it's
No
strictly
offence, Ray.
illegal.
but yeah,
Strictly legal.
that was an insanely fast motor car.
You should hear the Speed Cafe Grassroots podcast we did with Ray Hyssop in it. You hear a couple of things about all that. So actually now it seems as though Tutton has got the better of Delhaas and has moved away a little bit. In the meantime, Sheedy's got about a 1.3 second advantage on Engel. And as we mentioned, they've really dropped off Joe Lenfall in the BMW. And I think that's only its second run that he's had in that car. So one would expect that there's still a bit to do. And I think this is the first run for Delhaas in this car.
Well,
And
it's doing the old Holden 308 thing and puffing a bit of smoke. And they've got a bit of an issue where they pump all their oil up into the cylinder heads. A bit of it tends to suck back down past the valves and make a bit of smoke. It's not really a huge issue. It often looks a lot worse than it is.
I wonder if they'll end up putting a competition shaft motor in this and be done with it. But he's closed back up again on Tutton, who's running a 6-litre car.
Having said all that, it's now smoking rather a lot. So I'll just shut up.
You and your commentators.
Okay, we have a note from Mark Jones that Justin Keys is the Mazda RX3
Justin
driver
Keys, thank
turned
you,
Commodore
Jonesy.
driver.
Yes. Yeah, that car was quick up at Hidden Valleys, and be good to see how that goes.
We have spies everywhere.
Yep.
Watch how dark it is. Look how bright the lights are on the Honda.
Tim Robson's doing a good job in that car, that Honda Civic of his. It's technically it's an under 2-litre car, but he's running it in over 2-litre.
Why?
And I don't think he wants his young bloke to show him up. That's why he opted.
Oh, right, yeah.
I can say that because he's out there.
He might be sort of up on the roof with a pair of headphones on. He can't hear us. It's very gloomy here. There's nothing on the radar in terms of rain.
Yeah.
It's just heavily overcast. Look, an under 2-litre Honda shouldn't be running fourth in this race. So,
Well, it is.
well done to Tim. Someone gone missing? I don't know.
Well, it did a 46 neat in qualifying, so that's only 5 seconds off what the pole time was. And a former editor at Auto Action magazine, and went on to Which Car and has done all sorts of motoring stuff since. He went.
I think Auto Action was one of those transitional titles. A lot of people went through there and went on to...
Some stayed for years.
So Dylan and...
Steve Otley and all those people,
Yep.
they all moved on. Yeah, but some of us just stayed.
yeah. Well, I've never had any editorial ambition, so...
This battle's just been ebbing and flowing, and that car's actually now getting a bit skatey out of the tighter corners too, the blue Commodore.
Might be getting a little bit of that oil on its tyres.
This car, the Tutton car looks great in the 90s livery of HRT. Yeah, that HRT won Bathurst.
Well, if you come here to the historic meeting in a couple of weeks, you might see one or two of the real ones.
Ah, yes. There is a couple out racing, isn't there?
The Group C and A cars will be racing here. It looks like a good field of Slicks and Wings historic cars.
Love to come out that meeting, but unfortunately got too many other things happening, i.e. the Bend and Morgan Park is on the same weekend.
And the Bega Rally and the Mini Car Club Nationals and the Toyota Car Club Nationals. And it's a long weekend. By the way, thanks very much to Crisis Transport and Logistics for bringing us this race. They look after events, exhibitions and automotive. So
Thank you.
they've got trucks for everything. Thank you, guys.
Here's Ben Sheedy continuing to lead this race. He probably have maybe another lap after this one, I would imagine. In that Holden VE Commodore, Steve Angle still holds down second. Joe Lenfall in third, and there he is coming onto the straight as we speak. And we've got Nigel Williams, we haven't seen a great deal of. He's in a fairly lonely fourth position by the look of it. Actually, he's not. He's only just up the road from Tim Robson by about 8/10 of a second. So Tim's a good chance to maybe pick up another spot.
I'm not saying a word. Every time I say something good about someone.
Steve Angle, who I think he's the improved production over 2 litre champion from last year.
By the way, if you're looking to make your Lancer Evo run very, very fast, have a talk to the guys at TME, Team Mitsubishi Evo. They make very fast motor cars.
As we can see.
There's one of the cars that runs in the Summer Rally Sprint Series across the road from here at the Dragway. It's got something like 650 horsepower on the wheels.
Oh.
Yeah. It also has an appetite for gearboxes.
I wonder why.
Yeah.
Ben Sheedy comes up now. We're saying there's less than a minute to go, so there'll either finish on this lap or there'll be one more.
I didn't see a last lap.
So I don't see one either.
No, but we are seeing a checkered flag.
So first race of the improved production round for over 2 litre cars. Ben Sheedy takes the win in his Holden Commodore. Second goes to Steve Angle in the Mitsubishi Evo. And third spot will be Joe Lenfall. Meanwhile, there's a bit of a battle going on behind as Nigel Williams holds off Tim Robson.
The head-on shot was a bit flattering for Tim there.
Yeah, but he's still made up a lot of ground.
Yeah.
And
Actually,
having a look, unfortunately, there's a straight and there's a V8 in front of him.
Yeah. So Robbo San looks like he's going to settle for 5th.
But it took the fight right up to Williams in the last couple of laps. And then it'll be Mark Dutton. Tutton will be the next one across the line. And he seems to have got away
Actually,
from...
Tutton closed up on them a bit in the last couple of laps, didn't he?
Yeah. And Keys Del Haas is the next one across the line. In position 7.
With that sky.
Lights will be on for the last race here, except that most of the cars in it don't have lights. So Ben Sheedy took the win, Steve Angle in second, Joe Lenfall in third, then it's Nigel Williams just ahead of Tim Robson, and then it's Mark Dutton, Keys Del Haas. And David Haynes was the last one to cross the line. He just did so. Unfortunately, Aaron Giattini didn't take the start, neither did Shad Hassan, which we thought we would be running his RX7 here at this meeting. We'll be back in a couple of minutes with the last race for the day, and that is the third and final outing for Supersports. Well, third and final race for New South Wales Super Sports Championship. Cars are out on the grid. Unfortunately, numbers have dwindled a bit for this round.
We have experienced some attrition, sadly. So the field's rolling down towards the Creek Corner hairpin for its rolling start. Nick Kelly on pole. Nick's won both the races, led every lap so far today. He's doing a Kenny. Kenny, yeah, all the same. Sergio Perez is next, and then Mark Brame and Stephen Champion. Watch again for Perez, Brame and Champion to have a terrific scrap like they did in the first couple of races. Next is Simon Copping, then Warwick Morris, Sean Hanna and Warren Churchy out of 8th. And then none of these cars will be starting. Alex Kenny, Stephen Shields and Neil Kenny all have suffered dramas through the day.
It would affect Alex Kenny's championship aspirations. He won every race in the first round, but I suppose if he can get it sorted and he'd be in a good position in the forthcoming rounds to get it all back, one would hope.
Yeah. Righto, here we go. We've got red lights on. We're rolling down towards the start line. Everyone's got their right foot on the throttle and their left foot on the brake. Waiting. There we go. So Alex Kenny got an immediate start, jumped out to a good lead.
It's on for second now.
Yes.
They go through turn 1. Perez leads that little group ahead of Brame. Champion looks like he might have got down the outside of Copping and relegated him back to 5th spot there.
He has indeed.
Oh, it looks like two cars are almost run into each other coming out of that corner. I think that was the 82 on Morris. So that was Hanna on Morris. I think Morris was forced a little bit wide out of that corner from the exit from Hanna at the time, but it needs to continue as they head up just into turn 6, and it's Kelly leading the way. Perez in second, Brame the next one through. Looks like Champion had a bit of a slow exit out of turn 6, and it's allowed Copping to get right up on the back of him as they head down towards turn 8. And Hanna's certainly taken the fight up to Morris at this stage. Nothing between those two as they come out of turn 8 in the background there. And they come around to complete the first lap in this 20-minute race. And of course, the 20-minute starts as soon as they leave the pre-grid. They go through the complete lap.
One, and Nick Kelly's leading from Nick Kelly's leading from Sergio Perez. Then Mark Brame, Steve Champion.
Copping's just past Champion as they went past the start-finish line. As we reiterated before, that the West seems to have a straight line advantage, but probably loses out a little bit to Radical around the tighter sections of the track. And I did notice just up ahead of them, Brame had a look at trying to get past Perez. Just couldn't quite manage it. Still sits just behind him as they go through turn 4. Then Rocco 5 corner. There, the next one through. Already Kelly has eked out a fairly substantial lead, 2.4 seconds over them.
Have you ever seen this place looking so green?
That's
It's
because
very
of all
lush.
the rain.
All the rain, yes. But it's looking very lush. And I'm very pleased that I'm not photographing this weekend and lugging my cameras through all that long, wet grass.
So they're coming up to complete the second lap. And actually that lead's dropped down. It was a lot more than that 1.9 seconds it was at the second sector. So maybe Kelly had an issue there around the back of the track somewhere, because it was all over 2 seconds. It's under 2 seconds now. Brame again just having a look up the inside, not close enough to do anything about it. Just lets Perez know that he's there. And I think at this stage even that Copping is starting to make some inroads on their battle for second position.
His car goes through a funny sort of arc through the race, doesn't it? It's slow at the start, then gets a lot of speed in the first, third or so of the race, and then drops away in the last third. I can't help but think it's tyres, but...
Well, they may take a little while to come on in a light car like that.
Yeah, could be.
Depends what pressures he's running as well. Now that it's cooler as well than it was for the previous two races, that could have a bearing as well. I thought Copping was starting to make some ground up on these guys, but it appears he's actually dropped a little bit on that last lap.
Yeah, and Kelly's opened out a 3.5 second lead now, so
he's probably just having a bit of a play there.
Yeah,
in the lead.
Time to get on with it.
But it puts him in championship contention now with if he gets 3 wins here this weekend or today. And it's guys like Brame who will just keep notching up points and not have DNFs or DNSs.
Well, yeah, starting and finishing every race is the first part.
Yep.
Bit of debris on the driver's right coming out of turn 2 there. Let's hope it's nothing important. Yeah, Kelly's opened out a 5.5 second lead now over Perez with Brame. Well, not that far away, what, half a second or so in arrears.
Just doesn't seem to be able to, he gets close down to turn 2 and that's about the closest part of the circuit that he's on the back of Perez.
And now he's dropped away, in fact he's vanished. Or am I looking in the wrong spot?
You're looking back further.
Yeah, but it's okay then. Our vision switching people are messing with me now.
They're trying your eyes out.
Yeah, they're winning. All right, there goes Kelly. All right, let's just have a reset here. There's Brame. Okay, it's all good. So yeah, Perry's, Brame, Copping, Champion, Morris, Hannah, Church. That's probably it. Yeah,
it is. Not the biggest field, but they only had small numbers at the first round as well. The field bolstered then with the prototypes being here at Sydney Motorsport Park.
Well, how dare the prototypes not enter this weekend?
Well, because they're probably racing their own series in South Australia, which is also available for a live stream on Blendline.
As is the Winton Historic meeting.
That's for premium subscribers.
Right.
It's different. Yeah, but certainly this meeting and South Australia State Championships, it's the 4th round over there, are both live and free through Blendline.tv. You'll find links there to both events, and also on YouTube you'll see the links to the South Australian event. It's a big task from Blendline this weekend to have 3 meetings available for viewing. So nothing seems to be changing here in the battle for second. 2 older spec radicals running close together and well clear of the west of Simon Copping. And again, at this point of the track, it's about the closest Brame gets to the back of Perez. Here's our race leader, Industry Clothing Wolf F1 Mistral, and Industry Clothing are also the category backers as well. It's good to see.
Well, the sponsor for this race this weekend is again Regulation Automation. which is Alex Kenny's business. And they supply equipment for the HVAC industry. That's heating, ventilating and air conditioning. If you are getting a big air conditioning job done, make sure your contractor's using regulation equipment as much as possible.
And industry clothing, of course, is Kelly's business, so that's where the link comes from there.
That's handy. Is he good for a free t-shirt?
And he's certainly cut away now. Put the foot into this one. Best lap's been a 29.63, and that was the lap before this one. So a 29.92 on this lap. Lap record is held by Alex Kenny at a 25.87, so fair way off that sort of time. It's just a pity that we haven't seen Alex here, and they've had all sorts of dramas over the last 12 months or so, haven't they, with that car?
Sorry, I was away. Alex Kenny's had dramas, yeah. He's had shocking trouble. Well, he's had a lot of niggles. He couldn't get the right size tyres for it. He ran a really old set of Avons for, I think, 3 race meetings, and set new lap records. these rotten old tyres that were good enough to put on the car to put it in the container. Whoops. Oh!
That's fairly big off there from Warwick Church.
Yep. Well, it's going to help him consolidate last place.
And I wonder if he had a drama and just decided to drive off.
Well,
that's what it looks like.
There were locked brakes.
Yeah, but he's got going again. No.
Yes, no, yes, no. Are we going to see our first safety car of the weekend?
No, we've had one already.
Yes, we have. What day is it?
What year is it?
Oh.
So this race for second seems to have sorted itself out, and they've got a local yellow, or they've gone full yellow. At this stage it's just a local as Church gets himself back on track. Sort of
going, it's sort of not.
So if he doesn't move from there, I think he's just waiting for traffic to come through.
There isn't much of it. Unless it's having one of those things where it starts and then stops and then starts and then it stops.
Yeah. Well, the brakes might have locked on or something.
Well, no point speculating, but...
We can speculate all we like, but it won't make any difference.
A couple of Eastern Australian ravens on the side of the track just then. Oh, he's going, yay!
They're not crows?
They're not crows, no. They're called crows, but statistically they're much more likely to be an Eastern Australian raven.
Right. They look like ravens anyway.
Yeah, but I've never heard one say nevermore.
Okay, so we're down to just over 4.5 minutes of this to go, and Nick Kelly has just made this race his own. He's made this round his own. Well and truly in front. It's 10.5 seconds. He's out in front, and there he goes down through turn 2. This car, Kelly himself has, that car has been run by Jeff Forshaw. Used to run in Group A days, sorry.
Yeah, I remember Jeff, yep.
And Bart Moore's been involved in driver coaching and on the cans as well over the time.
There's a little LED sign that's over behind the food outlet on the South Circuit, and every now and again it flashes up and it looks like it's a yellow flag or a yellow light waving in the background.
Yeah, and that camera shot out at turn 6 looking backwards. You catch it.
And a couple of the drivers have told me there's a couple of the LED advertising signs around the track that come up with colours sometimes that look like a flag. It's
as long as they're not all red.
Yeah, well, yeah. Or blue or yellow.
Yeah,
Hello. What's going
this is Steve Champion, Warwick Morris, and Sean Hanna. It's now turned into a free race.
3-car race, yeah.
This is livening things up a little bit. And as they come through turn 8, there's some not so. So we're hearing on the comms that Champion had a moment where he's gone off track, and he's just got it back. So trying to beat himself by the sound of it, but gets the car back underway. You can see the difference between those two radicals as well, with the latest radical SR3, the XXR, against one of the earlier models. And actually,
he's not getting away, is he?
Morris has taken the fight up to him. Well, most of the changes in the cars have been basically aero, and the car behind is one of the original SR3s. Actually, it is one of the originals. Yeah, no, it is the original SR3 with that end plates on the rear wings are different from the later ones, and the big headlight covers is a giveaway of the first ones. But their aero was achieved over the top, whereas the following cars had their aero coming from underneath the car, the tunnel effect. And then the new one seems to be a bit of both, with that fin off the back of the engine cowling there.
Yeah, I don't think. Well, my understanding was that those fins don't have too much effect on straight line speed, but then, as I said before, more about keeping the car in a straight line.
Yeah, stop it from moving around on the track, I guess.
Getting some nice effects in the in the pictures here of the setting sun reflecting off the car bodies.
Getting it reflecting off the curbing colours too.
I hope our photographers are out there getting lovely late afternoon shots. Golden hour, we call this.
So Morris is now under challenge from Hanna. Now Hanna is in the later spec car, in the middle spec car, you could say. End plates are different, front headlights are different, and there's some different aero under the car too, I believe. And Morris actually ran a little bit wide, but he's managed to tuck it back in coming out of turn 2. Managed to consolidate out of turn 3. Here's our race leader coming around to what I would imagine may be the checkered flag on this lap, with very little in the way of time left. Checkered flag is out, and Nick Kelly makes it 3 from 3, and he's done this one with ease here in the second round of the New South Wales Super Sports Championship. Here's our race for second, which has seen Brahim close up a bit on the last lap. I don't think he's quite close enough to take it away from him, although he is having a run, and will be quite close at the end. 2/10 of a second in the end, or just under.
It's not a lot, is it?
No. And the next car across the line will be Simon Copping in the West.
And there he goes.
And he crosses the line. And Steve Champion, after that, a bit of a off earlier, who will take that next position, which is position 5. Morris and Hanna, the next two across the line, and Church, of course, did go off the track at turn 2. He will be our final finisher.
And that is that. Thank you, Gary. Thank you, linesmen. Thank you, ball boys. Thank you to all the officials. Thank you to the organising crew. Thank you to our terrific camera operators. And thank you for watching.
So we've got a full range of cars, apart from Super Sports running tomorrow. I think racing starts at 8:30 in the morning, and we'll go through to about this time tomorrow afternoon. Yeah,
so tune in, come back to the same bat channel. We'll join you in the morning. In the meantime, have a safe night, and see you tomorrow.
no shame. One be in the backseat and flossy and flashy, so bring the champagne. Tattoos, perfume, got me feeling so damn cute. No blues, yeah, I'm feeling so high, about to elevate that sun, taking the view when I walk into the room. Everything that I make, every look I create, yeah, I elevate the mood, change the game, make the rules. Everything that I touch goes from good to great, yeah, I elevate. Oh, I wanna elevate the style. I'm back on my game, rocking these rings, all leather, no shame. One be in the backseat and flossy and flashy, so bring the champagne. Tattoos, perfume, got me feeling so damn cute. No blues, yeah, I'm feeling so high, about to elevate that sun, taking the view when I walk into the room. Everything that I make, every look I create, yeah, I elevate the mood, change the game, make the rules. Everything that I touch goes from good to great, yeah, I elevate. Oh, I wanna elevate the style. I'm back on my game, rocking these rings, all leather, no shame. One be in the backseat and flossy and flashy, so bring the champagne. Tattoos, perfume, got me feeling so damn cute. No blues, yeah, I'm feeling so high, about to elevate that sun, taking the view when I walk into the room. Everything that I make, every look I create, yeah, I elevate the mood, change the game, make the rules. Everything that I touch goes from good to great, yeah, I elevate. Oh, I wanna elevate the style. I'm back on my game, rocking these rings, all leather, no shame. One be in the backseat and flossy and flashy, so bring the champagne. Tattoos, perfume, got me feeling so damn cute. No blues, yeah, I'm feeling so high, about to elevate that sun, taking the view when I walk into the room. Everything that I make, every look I create, yeah, I elevate the mood, change the game, make the rules. Everything that I touch goes from good to great, yeah, I elevate. Oh, I wanna elevate. I'm back on my game, rocking these rings, all leather, no shame. Won't be in the backseat, I'm flossy and flashy, so bring the champagne. Tattoos, perfume, got me feeling so damn cute, no blues, yeah, I'm feeling so high, about to elevate that sun, taking the view when I walk into the room. Everything that I make, every look I create, yeah, I elevate the mood, change the game, make the rules. Everything that I touch goes from good to great, yeah, I elevate. Oh, I wanna elevate the style. I'm back on my game, rocking these rings, all leather, no shame. Won't be in the backseat, I'm flossy and flashy, so bring the champagne. Tattoos, perfume, got me feeling so damn cute, no blues, yeah, I'm feeling so high, about to elevate that sun, taking the view when I walk into the room. Everything that I make, every look I create, yeah, I elevate the mood, change the game, make the rules. Everything that I touch goes from good to great, yeah, I elevate. Oh, I wanna elevate the style. I'm back on my game, rocking these rings, all leather, no shame. Won't be in the backseat, I'm flossy and flashy, so bring the champagne. Tattoos, perfume, got me feeling so damn cute, no blues, yeah, I'm feeling so high, about to elevate that sun, taking the view when I walk into the room. Everything that I make, every look I create, yeah, I elevate the mood, change the game, make the rules. Everything that I touch goes from good to great, yeah, I elevate. Oh, I wanna elevate the style. I'm back on my game, rocking these rings, all leather, no shame. Won't be in the backseat, I'm flossy and flashy, so bring the champagne. Tattoos, perfume, got me feeling so damn cute, no blues, yeah, I'm feeling so high, about to elevate that sun, taking the view when I walk into the room. Everything that I make, every look I create, yeah, I elevate the mood, change the game, make the rules. Everything that I touch goes from good to great, yeah, I elevate. Oh, I wanna elevate. no shame. Won't be in the backseat, I'm fussy and flashy, so bring the champagne. Tattoos, perfume, got me feeling so damn cute, no blues, yeah, I'm feeling so high, about to elevate that sun, taking the view when I walk into the room. Everything that I make, every look I create, yeah, I elevate the mood, change the game, make the rules. Everything that I touch goes from good to great, yeah, I elevate. Oh, I wanna elevate the style. I'm back on my game, rocking these rings, all leather, no shame. Won't be in the backseat, I'm fussy and flashy, so bring the champagne. Tattoos, perfume, got me feeling so damn cute, no blues, yeah, I'm feeling so high, about to elevate that sun, taking the view when I walk into the room. Everything that I make, every look I create, yeah, I elevate the mood, change the game, make the rules. Everything that I touch goes from good to great, yeah, I elevate. Oh, I wanna elevate the style. I'm back on my game, rocking these rings, all leather, no shame. Won't be in the backseat, I'm fussy and flashy, so bring the champagne. Tattoos, perfume, got me feeling so damn cute, no blues, yeah, I'm feeling so high, about to elevate that sun, taking the view when I walk into the room. Everything that I make, every look I create, yeah, I elevate the mood, change the game, make the rules. Everything that I touch goes from good to great, yeah, I elevate. Oh, I wanna elevate the style. I'm back on my game, rocking these rings, all leather, no shame. Won't be in the backseat, I'm fussy and flashy, so bring the champagne. Tattoos, perfume, got me feeling so damn cute, no blues, yeah, I'm feeling so high, about to elevate that sun, taking the view when I walk into the room. Everything that I make, every look I create, yeah, I elevate the mood, change the game, make the rules. Everything that I touch goes from good to great, yeah, I elevate. Oh, I wanna elevate the shame. Won't be in the backseat and flossy and flashy, so bring the champagne. Tattoos, perfume, got me feeling so damn cute, no blues, yeah, I'm feeling so high, about to elevate that sun, taking the view when I walk into the room. Everything that I make, every look I create, yeah, I elevate the mood, change the game, make the rules. Everything that I touch goes from good to great, yeah, I elevate. Oh, I wanna elevate the style. I'm back on my game, rocking these rings, all leather, no shame. Won't be in the backseat, I'm flossy and flashy, so bring the champagne. Tattoos, perfume, got me feeling so damn cute, no blues, yeah, I'm feeling so high, about to elevate that sun, taking the view when I walk into the room. Everything that I make, every look I create, yeah, I elevate the mood, change the game, make the rules. Everything that I touch goes from good to great, yeah, I elevate. Oh, I wanna elevate the style. I'm back on my game, rocking these rings, all leather, no shame. Won't be in the backseat, I'm flossy and flashy, so bring the champagne. Tattoos, perfume, got me feeling so damn cute, no blues, yeah, I'm feeling so high, about to elevate that sun, taking the view when I walk into the room. Everything that I make, every look I create, yeah, I elevate the mood, change the game, make the rules. Everything that I touch goes from good to great, yeah, I elevate. Oh, I wanna elevate the style. I'm back on my game, rocking these rings, all leather, no shame. Won't be in the backseat, I'm flossy and flashy, so bring the champagne. Tattoo,